Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 22-part video series showing you how to create MD house. Let's get started. To start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, and then select Architecture Template, and then press OK. And then we start off at level 1. So here, what we're gonna add first is grid line. So you need to go to Architecture, and then grid line is around on the right side. You can also type in GR, and then after that, you can select from the bottom to the top. So we're gonna start our vertical grid line. And then here, as you can see, as you notice, it starts with number 1 grid line. So that's fine. So we could select that again. And then you can actually type in CO, or under modify, it's copy command. So type in CO, and then you need to select that again to grab it and then put it on the right side so that it knows the direction that you want to add the second. So here I'm going to type in 3775, and then here it's stop. That's because we didn't click on the multiply. So now CO again, select this, grab it on the right side, and then before you put in any numbers and press enter, you need to click on multiply so that we could just keep on adding grid lines and then just typing the numbers. So here we're going to add in 4540. Next will be 1620, and then lastly 2185. So those are our vertical grid line, and as you can see, Revit recognized it and it is in sequence. So now let's press escape and then escape again. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our horizontal grid line. So GR again, click it from the right side to the left side, and then click it again. Press escape and then escape again. And if we zoom in, it recognized that the 6 is the next one. But here on our horizontal, it's better if we put letters so that it's easier for us to recognize. You can even mix this up. This one can be numbers and this one can be letters. So it's up to you if you which one do you want. But usually in horizontal it's numbers, and then in vertical it's numbers, and in horizontal it's letters. So let's zoom in, click on the grid bubble, and then type in capital A. Click on the space, and then now this is still highlighted. So if we click it again, CO, that's copy. Multiple is already checked because it recognized that. That's the last thing that we did here. So it will recognize that. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to pull it downwards so that it knows that it will go down. And if you notice, it will change to B and so on and so forth. So the sequence will be correct. Revit will recognize that as well. So 1830. Next will be 2970. Then next will be 1725. And then after that, 4845. Then next will be 3840. So make sure this is all go in the straight path. So I just noticed that, and then now I need to just back it up. So I remove that. So this will be 3840. And then after that, that will be 5760. Press escape and then escape again. So now, as you can see, we want our elevation tags to be in the middle of our model. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select our grid line and then just drag it so that it's around the middle of the grid line. That's because once we have our model right here, everything that is facing here will be shown. So if your elevation tag is around here, anything that is created on this side won't be shown on your elevations. So this is very important to put everything in the middle. Elevation tags is easy to move. So as you can see, you can move it anywhere else. So you want to make sure that your model is in the middle of all of this. So now, as you can see, this is too high or too wide. So I'm gonna do is select the grid line, and as you can see, there's a dashed line here. That indicates that if we move one of this, everything will move. So that's easy for us. We don't need to one by one it. So at least that's the easiest part of how you doing grid lines in Revit. So here I'm just going to extend this. The reason that I'm extending this is because we're going to add in dimension. So here what we're gonna do is type in DI, that's the dimension. And then here, so I want my ribbon to be shown here. It's basically at the top here. It's not being shown because of my screen resolution. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just click on the drop down arrow at the right side of the ribbon, and then once you click that, you need to click show below ribbon. Once you have that, you'll be able to see it here. So to just reverse that, you just need to click on the drop down and then select this. So I just like it in this spot. So DI is align dimension. So I'm gonna select that. And then what we're gonna do is select each and every grid lines like so. And then after that, select the ends to have an overall. Here again, we're going to add and then select an overall. So now we have our dimension, and as you can see, you can follow along. And then after this, before we go further, let's save our project. So I'm just gonna select save, and then you just need to go to the location that you want to. So I'm just gonna go to the location that I want to, and then after that, I'm gonna show you guys what you need to do. So I'm just gonna show this, and then I'm gonna name this one as LC House. So naming it LC House. I'm in my Revit folder, and before you click save, you click on the option. So here, the basic or the default is 20 maximum backup. So for me, if you guys are beginners, you can do this as 20 or 10 so that you can always go back to the save ones that you have if you're making mistake or if you made a mistake. So here I'm just going to put it 5 for if you're intermediate or expert, 5 or 1. So I'm just gonna leave it at 5. So every time I click on the save command, so I'm gonna save this, it will create a save format there. So if I click 5 more or 4 more, and if you see this, we have 5 of this one right now. But if we click it again, it will now overwrite the last one that we saved. So now that's how it works. So click here now. It will still maintain the 5, but now it overridden the last one that we did. So now let's see. So we have saved that. So now let's go back to architecture and click on level. So what we need to do before we click on level is we need to go to our south elevation or any elevation. I prefer south elevation because that's what I'm used to. But if you want to do your north or east and west, you can do so. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create some levels. So earlier when we're in floor plan, the level is grayed out. So now if we go to south elevation, it will be highlighted and you'll be able to use it. So here we have level 1 to level 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the level height from 3,000 instead of 4,000. So it will go down like that. You can also select your level and then you can click on copy. So you can type in CO, select that, and then grab it, and then put it to 3,000. You can type it. So now we created our level 3. But at the same time, our level 3 is not showing here. So there's a couple ways to do this. You can do what I did, copy, and then you could go to view and then select plan views, drop down, and then click on floor plan and then select the level 3 and then press OK. Once you do, the level will be created. Another way, so I'm gonna undo this, is just going to architecture, clicking on level, and then you can manually add your level like so. And you're basically being careful to make it 3,000 as well. If you notice here, level 3 is not yet appearing. But once we select here and then add the level 3, it will instantly appear. So those are the two different ways of adding levels or those levels. But I believe if you're doing multiple levels at the same time or adding multiple levels at the same time, I believe doing the copy command is the easiest thing to do. So if you only have 2 or 3 floors, might as well just do the level. If not, create the copy and then add it manually, only if it's the same height of each other. So now there's common instance where your grid bubbles are way below here. The issue that you will have if your grid bubbles are below or grid lines are below the level is if we go to level 3, your grids are not appearing. That's because it's not being shown because it's not intersecting on the level. So now what you need to do is to grab it and then pull it upwards like so. And then once you do, this will appear automatically because everything is intersecting. So what I usually do, check all your elevation. I always like to have some room because you can also add dimensions right here. So if you have a big project, you usually add dimensions as well. So now I'm just checking each and every one of them. So it looks like everything is good. Let's go back to level 1. And then here you can select close inactive views. So basically only level 1 will stay because all of this will be closed. All of those are not being used anyway, and it's just sometimes it's just dragging some space along. So might as well clean up when you're doing this. So select that, and then everything will close. Click on save again. So we just need to go back to south elevation because I want to add a ground level. So here I'm just going to select level, and let's put a ground level around 500 from level 1. And if you notice, it calls itself level 4 just because the last one that we added is level 3. And here I'm going to extend this one. So I'm going to change the name of level 4. So I'm going to select that and then type in capital ground floor. In all caps. It will ask you if you would like to rename the corresponding view. Just say yes, and it will change the name right here. And then after that, if you zoom in, there's an elbow, which is looking like a zigzag there, or a letter Z. If you select that, it will create an elbow in order for you to change or to see all the names so that nothing is overlapping each other. So here I'm just going to drag this one and also this one in order for us to see it better. And that's how you clean up a drawing like so. And just to double check, if we check ground floor, hopefully everything is showing again. So just go here, drag it down. Here in elevation east, you need to fix it again, add an elbow. And then if you notice, there's not a lot of space on this side. So you can always drag it right there to have more room. And then let's go to north. North looking good, except for the name of the ground floor and level 1. And then let's go to south and just quickly clean this up. So now that's looking good. Let's go back to level 1 again. And then here this is where we're going to add all the walls, exterior and interior. And then we're just going to extend it to ground floor later on for the exterior part. So you don't need to go to ground floor yet. We're gonna do the ground floor by adding floors for the ground and grass and all of those stuff. But here is where we're going to put all our furniture, walls, and all those stuff. And then before we finish, I'm just going to set up our exterior wall. So let's select wall under architecture, and then here we have generic, basic wall generic. If we use this, this is basically empty inside. So that's the idea. But now I remember, or I know that newer Revit has preset walls. So you can just select one of this, click on edit, and then here edit, and then before you do anything else, duplicate this. So type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, and then click on edit, and then you can delete all of this except for the middle. So 5, 6, and 7, core, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the things that you cannot edit. So if we edit now, if we go here, this will be grayed out. This will be grayed out as well. Go to membrane layer, delete that, and then now we're stuck with 3 of this. This is for the exterior side, and this will be the interior side. Now we could just set the thickness to 200 and just change this to something that is white. So most of the time I'm putting gypsum wallboard. Select that, press OK, and then OK. So now we're ready to start for for part 2. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started working on this project. We added the grid line, levels, and some dimension. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So we started from the last video, we added basic wall, exterior wall number 1. Now we're gonna add it on our project. So we start off by adding at D1. So click on D1. But before you click, make sure to check base constraint to level 1 and then top constraint to level 2. Click apply. Let's maximize this a little bit. And then if you change it here, you'll be able to change it right here as well. So either way, it will work. And then the location line will be wall centered and then change is already checked. So click on D1 and then from D1 go to D2. So click right here. After that, go down 2700 from the D grid. So 2700, click enter and then across number 3 grid line and then go up to C grid line and then go across again to C5, going all the way down to F5 and then going across here across F4 and then here what we need to do is we need to type in 1900 and then go across again to this grid line, number 3 grid line, and then going down to E3 and then go across E2 and then here we need to type in 2900 and then go across again to number 1 grid line and then finish off at D1. Press escape and then escape again. So this is the shape of our house or our building, and then we're gonna form it more. We're gonna add in some border and then here as well. So we've done adding our exterior wall. Now let's click on wall again and then we're going to add interior wall. So here we could edit type. We can also duplicate this, but here instead we're going to put in interior wall number 1. Press OK, click on edit, and we're going to maintain the thickness to 200. So we're gonna just leave that alone. And here we need to create or just leave it at gypsum wallboard. So for me, I'm going to duplicate this material, and you can put it as white wall. So all the attributes that gypsum wallboard has will be incorporated to white wall as well. So that's fine. That's what we want because we just want white basically. So press OK and then OK again. And then here we're going to box this off. So knowing that the 200 millimeter thickness is good enough, I don't need to check the alignment of the face here. So we don't need to worry about that. I'm happy with what we have. And then now what we could do is, so basically it's more of an open concept. So most of this one is as is, and we don't need to add in some walls. So only right here, this will be our powder room. Stairs will be located right here. Kitchen, dining area, and living area. And we will also have a pole in the middle, some areas right here, and then we also have laundry and a dining area for outdoor dining area or outdoor patio. So that's our setup. What I could do is we could add in our border wall so that we could see what it looks like. So what I'm gonna do now is create another wall, and then we could just duplicate this, and then let's just call border wall. Press OK and then edit this. We could just duplicate this one as well and then call it border wall. I'm doing this so that once we go to Twinmotion, we could change the walls and it will just change on that area. So we don't need to worry about anything else. So press OK and then OK. And then now I'm just going to add a wall right here without I'm giving it some space. And then after that, let's go to 3D. I just want to make this one a little bit small. So maybe around 1500 from top offset, but it needs to be maybe -1000. I think that's good enough, and it will maintain that height. And then if we're ready, we can extend it to ground floor. So here in the exterior wall, it's very easy to extend everything to ground floor, because what we need to do is just hover or just put your cursor to one of the exterior wall, click on tab, and it will highlight everything except for this one. And then let's not highlight this. So all exterior wall, and then we could just select this base constraint to ground floor. So now that's on the ground floor. This one, we could put this one to ground floor as well, so that everything is extended already. We don't need to worry about that later. And then now we could just extend it right there. Another technique so that we could add anything that we already added. If you select this and then type in CS, that's create similar under modify. So this icon is already grayed out because we're already using it. You'll be able to add in all of this instantly. So once you put anything right here, even a furniture, a wall, a door, you'll be able to select that, and it's basically the easiest way to add things right here. So now I have that one right there. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this again, CS, and then I'm going to add one right here. But on this area, I want to pull it back around 2200. And then here, go and put it to the third grid line. And then go down again, and then all the way to the fifth grid line, G5. And then you could basically connect them. And then here, you could type in TR, that's trim and extend, under modify, which is this icon. And here, it's like a fillet in AutoCAD. It's basically connecting everything in 90 degrees. So now here, this is where our front entrance is. We will have two car garage or two carports. So both will be carport. This will be our border wall, our main gate right here. And then we will have swimming pool and all those stuff. So now let's go to insert, load family, and then let's add some furniture. So let's go to furniture. Here we have tables, and then let's add the one for our dining. So here I'm gonna add table dining, and then CM. So every time you load something, you need to add it immediately so that you don't need to look for it. So CM is similar to clicking component and then place component. So it's basically same thing, but you don't need to click that anymore and then look for it. So you want to make sure that you keep unloading and anything that you add. So here we're going to edit this size. Let's see if we have different size. So here we have different size, but I want it to be bigger. So we could edit this type. We could duplicate this, and then we could put in dining table, or you could just leave it like that if you want. So we don't need to worry about that. Even the spelling is wrong, that's fine. Right here, I'm going to put in, let's make it 2000. And then for the width, let's put this one as 1000. Click OK. And that's the size that we have. I'm planning to make it bigger. Sorry, not edit family. So don't edit the family. You just need to click on edit right here. So here for the length, let's put this one at 3000 and then 1000 for the width. Oh, that's too much. So 2500. Yeah, 2500 is good enough. And then let's put it around in the middle because we're going to add in some chairs here. So go back here, go to insert, load family, and then go back again. And then let's add in some seating. We're going to add this seat. Click open, CM. Let's add it here in the middle. We're just going to add it on one side, and then we're going to mirror this afterwards. And then let's space it out properly. Select that. We could use this mirror pick axis because we have some axis right here. Or what you can do is select all of this by holding on Control button and selecting each and every one of them. And you can also use mirror draw axis. Now you will draw, you can even draw somewhere right here, wherever there's a midpoint. So you could use both of that type. And then after that, let's add in some of the toilet right here. So let's go to insert, load family. Maybe we could add in the seating here for the sofa. So let's use this sofa corbeau. And then CM. And let's add it right about here. And for this one, I'm going to edit and then duplicate because I want to change the size of this one. So for this, let me move this one. I kind of like it longer. So for the width, let's put this one at 2500. And then for the depth, let's put this one at 800. And then as you can see, it basically go down to that. So that's our design right there. And the next thing is the toilet. So let's go to load family again, go back to the main, and then let's add in plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet. We have 2D and 3D. We don't need to put in the 3D. That's too much. So let's just put the 2D. Click open, type in CM, and then let's add this one right here. So we have this one right here. And then now let's add in our table right here. So in terms of table, let's add in the sink first. So go to sink, just go back. We have multiple sink right here. And I'm just looking for something, maybe the round one is good enough. And all of this one is 3D already. So click on open, type in CM. Let's add it right about here. But instead of line, let's do this properly. So let's go and add in a section. Don't worry, we could flip that. Once you add that, you could flip here by using this flip section arrow. And then after that, you could double click here. We have this one right here. Now what we could do is we can also add an extrusion from here. So now let's click on architecture, model in place. I like using model in place because you can manipulate it easily. So here, generic model, click OK, and then OK. Click here, and then we could set this one as a wood material. Select wood, and then let's choose one of this one right here. Once you do, click rectangle, and then let's just add it right about here, and then click finish. Now let's go to our section and then pull this one up, and then pull this one right here. So in terms of thickness, it's depending on you, but we could just do it like that for now. And then let's click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D view just to see how it looks. So that looks nice. At least we have something like that. And then we have a table to represent that one. Why not let's add in some mirror and some storage right here. So what we could do is we could click on model in place, or we could edit this in place, and then click on extrusion. We're already in section, so here select extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this face, and then we could add in the mirror first, so that's important. So select that, select here, and then look for type in mirror, and then we have a mirror right here. Pull it up, apply, okay, and then here we could just set this one as 5. Click on edit, or click on rectangle, and then we could just add something right here, and then click on finish. So we have a mirror here that we could manipulate how you want it, and then we could still work on the side here. So now we're going to create another extrusion, pick a plane again. I'm going to select this plane, and then here we have a rectangle, and then let's change this one to the same materials that we have. I believe it's something G. So timber, blue laminate timber, and then it's basically the same material as the table that we did, but I just want to create a nook here. So here I'm going to create the background first. So we have the background. Now create another one, pick a plane, then let's select that background right there, and then we could just do pick line on right here, and then let's offset this to maybe, let's offset this to around 20, and then let's see how it looks. Let's put it at 50 to give it some thickness. I think 35 is good enough. And then here I'm just adding this one. Let's trim this one, trim and extend, TR, and then let's just add right here. And then in terms of depth, we're going to change this to around 50 for now, and then we could manipulate that once we finish here. And then go to 3D, and as you can see, we could just add, or we could just extend this one like that. And then obviously we need to add some shelves right here. So I'm gonna add in a shelf, so I could edit this one again, edit extrusion, and then just add the same one right here. Don't worry about that. So here we could just do same thing, 35. Delete the ones at the end like that, and then select this and then copy. We're going to copy it from here so that we have the same width or same depth, and then here we could just manipulate it and then just add it like so. And I'm just gonna eyeball it because I don't want it to be looking different. So SL, so we need to split right here, and then now trim and extend, TR. And then now click finish, and then finish again. And as you can see, we created this one. We have a back, and then we have a mirror right here. So that looks nice. We can also add something at the back here, the ones that it could go around for a light. So something to think about. So let's go back to level 1. So let's just finish for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add all the furniture and then we added all the toilets and sink, and we created this one for the powder room. And then now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is to add some doors. So I'm going to include one of the door here. So it will be in the second link from part 1 description. It will be called main door. So here I'm including it right now. It will be main door. So once it's right here, you'll be able to download main door. And then once it's in, it will look like this. So autodesk is upgrading it, and then here we have the door. The good thing about this door is you can edit type, and then here you can have it as closed. So right now it's closed, but it's also editable to be open. So uncheck that and then click apply. And then what I'm planning to do on this door is to have it close and then to make it huge. And the good thing is I like that it has a window on the side already. So here I'm gonna make it big enough because we have this huge entrance right here. I want to make the main door bigger. So here I'm gonna duplicate and then main door. You can change the name if you want to. And then here we could put the framing as well, and then the dimension. So hopefully this one, so the height is around 24, and then here width I'm gonna try and make this one 2500. So here it's easy that it was able to make itself big enough, and it's parametric. So now we have this type of entrance door, and of course we need to maximize the chance that we'll be able to add a bigger door here in the main entrance, having this one right here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to download the sliding door. It's also in the second link description, and then the sliding door is right here. You just need to download, and then once you download, you can just drag and drop, similar to this, drag and drop, and then attach it to the folder. So the model is just being upgraded as it was created in 2018. So now, so here we have the model. As you can see, it's too big for now. So what I usually do is put it on this side and then edit from here. I'm planning to add this one here and here. Here it only will be a floor to ceiling window. So that's my plan. It's only a floor to ceiling window, and then here would be the sliding door. So you can open from the backyard right here and also right here. So that will be very nice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on dimension or DI, and I'm just roughly going to see how, so around 3500 for my estimation here, so that we still have the gap for the trims. And then here as well, hopefully it's the same. Let's make this one 3700. So we're gonna create two of this. So right now it's sliding door. I'm going to remove this 0 so that it doesn't have inset, and then edit type, you need to make everything here 0, so the gap for the top, left, and right all will be 0. So now we're good. So now we could just edit type, duplicate. This will be sliding door number 2 first. I said the width should be around 3500 and then 2400 top height. So here, select that, CS. So create similar is a very useful. And then here it's very easy to open this. So here just click that and then click apply, and then it will open. So it's easy to do that. I'm just thinking of which one should I have it from the inside and out, because this is the one that is sliding. So basically we're in the correct. So that's good. I'm gonna leave it open like that. And then here, another one, we need to edit type, duplicate, and I said here around 3700. Click OK. And then here, we could just pick new host where it's gonna be grabbed, and then we could just place it right here. But I think it should be around 3650. So I'm just gonna edit it from here. 3650, just to give that room there. And the good thing about this parametric doors is it's very nice to use, because it's easy to use, because you can open and close it instantly. You can edit the blocks with height, and then here let's make it 3600, because I don't like the mullions or the trims inside the wall, and it doesn't look good. So at least now 3600, it's mostly outside, it looks really fit from there. So at least we have it there. Another thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna use or we're gonna place a door right now right here in the powder room, so that it looks proper. So here, let's go insert, load family, and then go to doors, and then residential, and then we have one of this one right here. So I'm gonna use this 3-panel vert wood. So click on open, select everything, and then click open. You have selecting many families, just say yes, I want to load them all. So now DR, that's the architecture door. And then from here, I know this is very small. We're gonna maintain the 2000 height for all of this. The only 2400 height is this one, and around 24 here. But we might change that so that it looks much better outside. So here I want it to be floor to ceiling. So our height is 3000 from level 1 to level 2, minus the 200 thickness of the floor, because once we add the floor for the second floor, it will take the 200 from there. So what I'm planning to do is make it 2800 exact, so that it's floor to ceiling. I'm gonna check out once we add um, the floor and the second floor. So here, let's do 700 by 2000 first, and then let's see how it's spaced out. So I think it's perfect for the space right here. So it's not hitting anything. This one is a generic model, which is the top of this one. And then I want to add the floor for the first floor. So here we need to go to architecture and then click on floor. We have a generic floor right here. If we set this one, you can see you could just use one of them and delete them, or you could just use the generic floor. Click on edit type and then duplicate, and then here just change all the name, or you could put floor number 1 so that you can follow. So floor number 1, edit the thickness. We're gonna maintain 200 thickness on all the floors, and then here we might want to use one of the stone finish. So here let's use field stone. Click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now we need to put it around the inside. So here I'm gonna select pick line, pick it from here. Oops. Pick it right here from the trim. And all around here. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to probably add a different floor for the pantry, or sorry, for the powder room. So we might add that right now. So here, let's just add it right there. So now TR, that's trim and extend. So go to all the corners and make sure that you trim and extend that. So it's like fillet in CAD, and it's just basically cleaning every corner up. Everything is selected. Everything is not overlapping or over. Once you do, you just need to click finish. If there's an error, you forgot something, or something is overlapped, it will let you know. So right now we did it perfectly. We have the floor right now. Another thing that I notice is the walls right here. We need to base constrain it to ground floor, so that everything is up to ground floor. So now everything is good. We have a floor right here. Knowing that we have the ground floor right here, we need to add stairs as well for this side, and probably on this side as well. I'm planning to add a deck right here, so we could add just a deck with one. Maybe we could just do one deck here, and then just a small step, and then here as well a deck and a small step, because we will have the pool in the middle, and that will be very nice. I'm gonna add the floor to ceiling windows right now. Curtain wall. I'm gonna use curtain wall. So let's go to level 1. We need to add it all around here so that it looks really nice now, and we could see this will be the kitchen. So I'm planning to have a U-shaped kitchen. Hopefully we could add an island if we have enough space. What I'm planning to do is to have a big or a huge window right here, but the top cabinet will be all only on the side right here. So I think that's much better, or it looks really nice if we have something like that. So something different that we haven't done yet. So we might just do that on the next video. But right now I'm planning to add curtain wall. So here we need to go to wall. So click on architecture and then wall. And then we need to go drop down right here and then look for curtain wall. Here what I'm gonna do is level 1 to level 2. Okay, make that offset is 0, or offset this is negative 200. Why negative 200? Because once we add a floor, it will go from the ceiling for the level 1. So we need to minus 200 so that we have a floor to ceiling. So now we're going to add a curtain wall right here, but flip it on the other side. Okay, we flip it on the other side, and then we need to add one more right here as well. And then we need to add one more right here, flip it on the other side. And then we want to add a window right here as well. So just to have a window on the powder room right here. So here I'm just going to fix it. I don't want it to be all the way to the ends right here. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look proper. So what I'm going to do is I'm just forcing it to do the most minimum that it could get. I don't want it to maximize the space right here. And I think if we do a floor to ceiling right here, we need to edit the height of here. So why not just put this one at 2800 as well, so that everything looks similar to the height. So it's just regenerating, and then this one 2800 as well. And then of course we're gonna double check that later that nothing is hitting. If that happens, we just need to make it around 2750 minus that portion. So now what we need to do is go to modify, and then you see this cut geometry right here. You need to click that. Click on the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall first and then curtain wall, and then wall first and curtain wall. Once you do, as you can see, it maximizes itself. I don't want to do that, so I'm just pulling it. I just want to pull it somewhere right there. And then here, I don't know what happened. CS on that, add it there, and then put it at sliding door 3. So now it looks there. For some reason, probably I deleted. I deleted it by mistake, so that's why it's probably missing there. Go to 3D to look at it, and that looks really nice. Everything is working. The only thing I don't want here is to have the base offset to 200. I want it to be a little bit up, because basically too much to just do the floor to ceiling. It's good enough to have it on that level. Just 200 anyway. So that's good right there. And then what we need to do is to add mullions. But before we add mullions, we need to add a curtain grid so that it knows how it will divide itself. So let's go to 3D and then select under architecture curtain grid. And then here you can see that it could divide itself manually, or it could divide itself by 3. I believe dividing it properly like this is the good move. So it's around 985 each. And then here, if we divide this one, it's around 1005. So it will still look the same. Um, so around 1000 should be our limit. And then here, if we put it, it's going to be 11,000. So good enough. It's not like overpowering that you'll see the difference, but that's good enough for me. And then we could click on mullion, and then we have the 50 by 150 here. I'm just going to put this one at 50 by 65 because the other one is too big. And then click here under all grid lines, and then once we select it, the mullion will be added instantly. And then don't forget all grid line. For some reason it's not working, so here I'm just repeating what we did so that it looks much better. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floor, and also we added the windows by using curtain wall. We added the grids, and then also the sliding door. And I know you guys are gonna ask me, where is that located? It's basically in the part 1 description of the this video. So there will be a link on that part 1 description. So you just need to download that, and you'll be able to access all of this, even the door itself. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I was thinking of creating the entertainment system right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this section right here, and then let's extend this one so that we could see what's going on right here. So I'm gonna put in maybe a coffee table, and also we're gonna create something right here. So now I'm gonna double click on the section, and then once we click on the section, as you can see, we have this one showing up. So what I'm gonna do, we could even extend this if we want to, but I know that this space is more than enough. I'm gonna create the design that I want my area right here. So let's go to architecture, click on component drop down, and then model in place. And then here we need to look for generic model, and then press OK. And then you could call it whatever you want. You could even put in TV console or whatever, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then we could click on extrusion, and we need to pick the plane. Let's click on OK, and then select the wall. So now everything that we extruded is from the wall. So here I'm going to click on rectangle, and then start adding this design. So before we do that, let's go back to level 1. I just want to measure this one. It's because I'm planning to have the whole wall right here, but with the separation because I'm planning to add in a wall that separates this side to this side. And then what I'm gonna do is let's go and check out the align dimension. I'm going to select this wall and then from this wall. So it's around 4400. So now let's go back to our section and then we're going to click on rectangle again, change this. I want my background to be extruded from the wall. So for the first layer, I want it to be something glowy because I want the another extruded part to be extruded from there and it will glow. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna search for neon. Um, it looks like we don't have anything. So light, maybe we have. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for here and then maybe we could use something miscellaneous, pavement, insulation. So maybe one of the glass. So I'm gonna use glass white high luminance. So I'm gonna incorporate this as the glowing part of this design. So I'm gonna click apply and then OK. And then knowing that is 4400 and then it's minus 200 from the top because of the wall of sorry because of the floor. So here 4400 and then from the top I wanted 200, so that's perfect. So I just want this one to be my background and then I want it to be extruded around 5. Click apply and then OK. So now that's done. Let's create again, create extrusion and then pick a plane and then we're gonna use this plane. And then here I want it to be extruded around probably 10 is good enough. So 50 now from the wall. So here what I'm gonna do is click on rectangle again, same rectangle. And then after that, we're going to add in some design here. So I'm gonna add something like this right here. And then we're going to add some design later on. So random spacing. You can follow along if you want to, but I'm just adding random spacing and then at the same time, click that again. And then here we're going to create some design. And then obviously we're going to add thickness to this. So now here, in terms of the angle, I'm just maintaining at least, I'm not sure, it differs, but 150 going down and then probably 24 degrees going on this side. So you could basically look into that. This one should be on the other side. So that everything is consistent. So 150. And then 15. So as you can see, this one doesn't look good. maybe 15. And then this one should be 150, I believe. Yeah, 24, 24. So I know it's not being diligent, but it's up to you. You can be consistent if you want to in terms of the angle as well. Okay, so once you're done, um, we need to use pick line, and then this one will create an offset of probably 10. And then now we need to create some space along this so that we could create a extrusion from this. And then we're going to split some of them. So this one is the one that takes longer when we're splitting and then trim and extend some of this. But as you can see, it looks really nice the way it is being shown. It is random, but you know the idea. Just adding one of those right there. And then now SL, you need to click that on all intersecting lines. So these are the intersecting lines. And then we need to trim them later on. I'm just adding them right now so that we could trim all together, and it will be faster. Of course, the more you add, the more the bigger the process is, and it will take longer because of that. But obviously the result will be much better knowing that you put in the work, you put in all the design ideas that you did. So SL again, type in SL. If for some reason you didn't press it properly. And then obviously if you miss something, Revit will let you know. So you don't need to worry about missing one. And then obviously it will show it to you where you missed trimming it. And then I believe we're gonna do the one at the outside as well. We need to add the gap as well. So here pick line 10 and then going from the inside because we already spaced this out. And then we need to trim it and then split element all of this as well. So some of the design that I come up with here is also from the internet. So before doing this, I research on what is the modern look, and then I'm just applying and then changing the design um, in connection to our layout. So I've been doing this for quite a while. So I know that there are more or better designs that have already been created. So yeah, so some of you guys are asking me if I how I do my designs. So yeah, I get inspiration as well from the design online. So now we could trim and extend this. So TR, trim and extend, and as you can see, it's easier now to see how or what we're trying to accomplish. And then I'm just trying to do one corner first, and then seeing that okay, I missed this spot, and maybe we should go from below to above now so that we don't miss anything. But like I said, if you miss something, Revit will let you know. So you don't need to be anal about it, or you don't need um, to be cautious, because it will let you know anyway if you miss something. So now I'm just doing this. I know it will be repetitive. And then after this, what I'm planning to do is I'm just going to add one of the design or like wall mounted TVs, and then the base as well. So it's actually the TV shelf will be wall mounted as well. So we're going to do the same idea that we did here, um, extrude it from the wall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna extrude it from these panels, because now this will be all panel base. And then I'm thinking of a light gray, um, it's either wood or light gray. I'm thinking of adding on this design here, the color or the material, depending on what we have in Twinmotion or in Megascan or QuickSell. Because there's a lot of materials there, but sometimes I focus on the things that are already like and have designed before. So as you can see, some of my design are in somewhat repetitive because I like the materials that was used there. And if you like something it's working, why change it? But at the same time, it's good to have different or some variation. So now I'm just trimming and extending all of this. And then we're going to the last part right here. And then this one is the last. So now let's just click finish, and then click finish, or before we click finish we need to change the material again, because we don't want the same material. I just want to see it on a wood material first. So I'm just going to add something like this one quickly, and then click finish. And then if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. And let's just change material right there, consistent color, so realistic. So it will look like that. And then obviously we're going to add, I'm thinking of adding a wall here, and then at the same time it is in case with a heater or something. I think that will look nice in the space. So let's do that. I'm gonna use extrusion as well for that, and here I'm just gonna extend this one so that once we click on section we could manipulate that extrusion. So now, knowing that this is the thing that we created, also I'm thinking of adding, so what I did now, I just noticed I'm going to edit this design, edit extrusion, and then let's go to section. I believe it's better if I remove this part, the outer part. If we do, the result will be like that. That is what I wanted to have. And then um, it will have some back that are glowing. So this is much nicer, and then I like the way it looks. So my mistake, but at least we noticed that and then we were able to fix it. It's basically just deleting the layout at the back. Because if you keep that, it will basically it will invert itself. So I was like thinking, I think I made a mistake on that when I saw and zoom in. So now it's just like that, and I like the way it looks, and it will really be nice when we have it in Twinmotion and it's glowing with neon color. So now let's go back to level 1 and then just click finish this one, and then let's go here and component model in place, and this will be another generic model. And what we're gonna do is extrusion. It doesn't need to ask for where we're placing it because it will place automatically if we're in the floor plan view, that it will be in level 1. So now I'm gonna click on that. I'm going to go right here and then set up our view or our look right here. This is good enough, knowing that we have more than enough space for people to go to our stairs and also around here, because we give enough space right here. And I just want something like this to separate the room so that it doesn't look plain and we have more components. So here I'm going to put this one as my stone. So here I'm gonna click on home, and then let's go to stone again, and then we're going to use limestone. Let's use the polish one for the countertop. So limestone, click apply, okay, click on finish, and then finish again. The reason for that is so that we could move this one, double click, and we have our extrusion right here. We forgot to change it, but at least what I'm showing here is the look that we're trying to do. If we have it like that, I want it to be around small enough so that we can see the double-sided glass that is inside of this. So right now, let's leave it like this. put in some backing right here, going all the way to the top, and then add another one. So click on that, edit in place, go to section, and then select that. CO, let's copy this so that it's easier for us, and let's uncheck this. And then copy it again so that we have the one for the top. The one for the top, we could manipulate it now, like so. Click finish. Here, we could select this and extrude this part only and connect this one. So that's how easy it is to use model in place. And as you can see, we could just use align so that we could align everything all together. So now it looks like something like that. We could add in a plate here for another stone finish, and then another for the glass part. So here we could add in the glass part and then another stone finish. So right now I'm going to edit this. I'm going to create another extrusion, and then this extrusion I'm going to set, pick a plane, and then let's select this one. After that, create right here. Let's change this to a different material, another stone, and let's go with tavern-tine. And then from here we could just add in like that. 10 will suffice. And then as you can see, we could just manipulate this one just good enough. And then click on finish, and then as you can see, this looks really good. Manipulate, and then let's create the glass as well. So in terms of the glass, let's just add right here, model in place, generic model, click right here, and then click on extrusion, or let's set this one onto, I want it to be right here. So let's try this one, extrusion. I want to pick right here at the side only, and then let's offset to maybe 50. I think 50 is too much, 25. And then let's delete the one that right here, and then offset this one again to probably 10, so that everything is consistent. And then now we could just add something like that right there, and then TR to trim and extend. So this is the glass portion of our design. And then here we just need to look for the glass material. And let's do something like this. Click on finish, and let's go to 3D and then pull it up. There we go. So that is really good. We just need to add in some flames right here, And then once we add a flame, it will look like this. Now our part right here is finished. Let's just add our, and then in the next video we're just going to add in the TV, coffee table, and then the TV mounted or wall mounted TV um, console. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this LC house. Let's get started. In the last video, we were able to finish the wall here. It's basically the entertainment wall, and we created this one. This is basically where we're gonna put our heater, and it's going to shelter both of this side of the room. And basically this side will be just the stairs, so it's more for a decorative purpose for this side. I'll just add in some credenza here, a table with design, and then we could have like a family portrait, or you can hang in a painting right here. But this will be our um, wall here, our accent wall for our space in the living room. So what I'm gonna do now is add in a TV just to show it, to showcase it. It's basically something that we have right here, but we're going to delete that as well, because once we're in Twinmotion, it's we're gonna use a different TV. But now what I'm gonna do is we're going to add in the console, so entertainment console. It's just a wall hanged piece, just for decorative um, decoration. So now we're going to go to our section. You can also go here and then double click on our section, and it will showcase our section right now. And let's go to architecture, click on drop down component, and then model in place, and let's use generic model again, and then press OK. And then after that, we're going to click on extrusion, and then here we're going to pick the face that we want to extrude from. I'm thinking we should just extrude it from the wall. It's because if I click on this side, it will extrude on this one, and then we're going to see the backing right here. So I don't want to do that. So instead, let's click on this wall, the initial wall that we did. So right now I'm just gonna delete that, set it again, pick a plane, and then we're gonna add it on this wall. So you want to make sure that you're highlighting everything. The one that you're selecting is the one that is highlighted. If you click differently, it's probably selecting the face on the top of the wall. So that's why it's asking to change. But if you want it to be the correct one, it needs to be high. So this one is the one that highlighted at the top, not the overall face. So you want to make sure to select the one that is highlighting all the wall. So now click on that, click on extrusion, and then let's add in a wood for this, a wood material. So I'm gonna use this one. So luckily we haven't used this yet. And then let's do a rectangle, and just add it at least at the center of the area. So I want to add it from here, And I believe that's good enough. I'm just estimating the area right here. Maybe in the future, what we should have done is we could add in the heater right in front of here. But we did this already, and we could just do it on another video. So I'm just tagging everything and then just moving along and just adding it on the center right here. Because we have so much design already, I'm just gonna make this one look nice. So now I'm gonna click on finish, and then we're going to extrude that one around probably 500. There we go. And if we see it, it will look like that. We could edit this and add in something in the front, an opening. So we could do that as well. So we could edit the extrusion and then just create an opening right here. So once we do that, we could add in a door here, probably a hinge door or just something that a simple door that we could just add. Then here we could just click on finish and it will create an opening right there. And if we see it, it will look like that. I think 500 is too much. Maybe we should just add 400 because it's just a simple one that we're just adding there. And then at the same time, we need some backing at the back. And what I usually do is do the same material. So I'm going to extrude it again. Same, set it right into the wall. And then add a backing right here. And then I'm estimating, I think 15 or make it 20 so that it's not overlapping. It will overlap everything that we add at the back and it's not flickering. So I'm putting it more over. So now it's not showing, but it's not big enough to be flickering. That's what flickering does, is if there's overlapping and they're in the same plane, it's gonna flicker and it doesn't look nice. So now here we're gonna extrude something right here so that it looks much better. It will be just probably a flip door, and then we could add it at 10, same material so that it's not overpowering. Pick a plane and then we're gonna pick on this plane, grab it there, and I'm just assuming the size right here. Just simply nudge a little bit on the side. It doesn't need to be too much, but I just wanted to show it like that. And then click on finish, and if we see it in 3D, it's just a basic front of that, and just a nudge in there. And then what we could do is we could just add a metal piece so that it could open, flip. So we could just do that simply by going to section again, create an extrusion. You will need to set it again, pick a plane, and let's add it right here. But at the same time, it will be a metal finish. So let's go to metal and let's add one of this finish right here, and then it will be around 5. Let's do 5. Click apply, and then just a simple rectangle. And we want to make sure that this happening at the same time and it's the same height. So I'm going to use align to align them perfectly like that. And then once we see it and finish, we could see that a subtle metal piece there that is black. I'm gonna probably increase it a little bit, just a little bit, not to overpower it. So I'm just gonna use align and then align this one as well. And once we see it, it will look very nice. So we have that piece there, and then we have our door right there as well. So now just to see everything, we should add in. So I'm gonna go insert, load family. Let's just add a TV just to showcase that. So here we have a flat screen TV. Click on open, CM to add it instantly, and then just place it right here for now. It's there, so we need to go to section so that we could just put it up like so. We could change the dimension so that it looks much better and it looks big. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it at 2500. So here we have a big screen TV that is humongous and it looks really nice on that. What I'll probably do is just delete. So I'm gonna edit this just to delete this space so that it looks much better. Don't save it, so just load, don't save it so that it doesn't override the original. And then here just override existing version and its parameter. So now it looks much better. It looks like a wall hang flat screen. We could even make it flatter. So we could do 50 for the thickness. And look at that. That's very simple but elegant. And because we have a lot of lighting here already, I'm sure because of the neon that we added at the back, we could, if you want, you could add in some neons on the below here. So just create something like here as well, and we could make it more beautiful. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to insert a coffee table here as well. So we're here already under furniture, and then we have tables, and then coffee table. Let's look for the coffee table. Click on open, and then type in CM to add it instantly. And this one is obviously too small, so we could just add in the bigger one right there. And if we see it, that looks really nice on that. And then what I'm gonna do here, it's color white for the inside. I want the exterior and interior trim to be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and then add it at the same time right here. Main material PVC. Let's just put this one right there. Black as well. Exterior ceiling material black as well. So everything will be black in terms of the material, and then it's up to us to add the materials on the once we're in Twinmotion. Ceiling material and this one as well. So there we go. And then obviously we're going, instead of aluminum, maybe something that is black as well, and a metal finish. And then here I want to flip this around because if you see, it should be flip on the other side. So you just need to go here and then flip it with the flip arrow. So now it's going inside, and then we have more space right here. So that's how it should be. And then here, what I forgot to do is to do this as well. So let's go to modify and then click on cut geometry. I'm going to select the wall and then the curtain wall to cut it. And then here, obviously we don't need to showcase all of that, so I want to just push this one at the top like so, and then maybe we could move this one a little bit right here on this side because we have already something right here, so it makes sense like for your window. And then now let's go back here, and I always like to have everything that is consistent with height. So here I'm going to align it from the top here and then align it right there. So that's perfect, same height, and then we have the width right there. So at least it's all over, it's all the way at the top as well. And then now we just need to add a mullion and then all grid, and then make sure this 50 by 65. So let's click that, and that looks really nice, and that's good enough for that space. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going, instead of probably add the floor right here. So here I'm going to go to ground floor. We all know that I'm going to add in a pool. So let's add in the floor first. So click on floor. I want some of the floors to be grass with stone, and some of them will be a deck. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create this floor first. So I'm gonna edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2, edit, and then here, instead of this one, we can add in a different finish. So stone, and then let's add in stone again. Click OK, and then OK, and let's add it all around first. I'm gonna use pick line to help me to make it faster. And then around here, I'll probably add some bushes, because on this side there's nothing, so I'm just gonna add some bush here. And then because we have a deck right here and then a deck as well right here, and then we could actually put in the laundry area right here as well. So that's my plan on doing this, and then the pool will be in the middle. So before we click on finish, we're gonna create a hole on this side. So TR to trim and extend everything, make sure everything is lining up, and just click on finish. And then actually, before we click finish, let's edit that again and then click on rectangle, and we're going to add in the pool. I want some space to go around here, so not pushing it too much on the space. We don't need some right here because we're gonna add in some bushes as well right here, and then we have a complete deck here that we could add in some barbecue, and then some sunshades right here as well. And then now let's click on finish, and there will be an opening on this space, and We could add in the deck first, another deck here. We could just overlap this one because um, it's not something that will flicker, or it will not cause any issue. We just need to add in some steps right here. So both of your steps and then step as well right here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish our living area. Now we're going to continue working on this. The last thing that we did is adding floor on our outside or our backyard. Now we're going to click on ground floor again, and then let's add in our pool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on wall and then drop down, and then let's go to interior wall, edit type, and then after that we could should we duplicate this, and then we could just put this one as pool wall. Press OK, edit, thickness is 200, that's good enough. And for our material, let's type in tile here and see we have some of the tiles that we can add here. Let's use this tile stone ceramic mix, apply OK, and then OK. After that, we need to change this to exterior face, finish face exterior, and what we want to do is ground floor, and then here we need to change this. So top should be ground floor, and we want this one to be 0, and the ground floor base offset should be negative, around 1500. I believe that's good enough. And then now we need to just add it right there. It's not being shown because of the view range, but just keep on adding it for now on all corners, and then press escape and then escape again. If we check it here, we have our swimming pool. So as you can see, we added that. What we could do as well is to add a little bit at the top offset. So maybe we could just add 50 for now, and then just add that small part right there. So that's fine. And then let's go back to the floor, and what I'm gonna do is we're going to add a floor again, but the floor of this one, and then water. But to do that, I'm gonna select this, edit type, and then I'm just gonna copy the material right here so that we don't need to look for it once we create our floor and then water. So right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go back to architecture, click on model, model in place, and then look for generic model, press OK, and then OK. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an extrusion, and then let's select and paste the material, click apply, and then here select rectangle, and then just add it for now. And then once we add this one, click on finish and then finish again, go back to 3D, and we're going to select that and then just quickly drag it below, and then another one below right there. So we're just basically fixing everything. so that everything is below there. We can even use AL to align it from the base. And then in terms of thickness, you could just assume or estimate that. You could just use this one. And then now let's add in our water. Same thing. Go to architecture, model in place there, generic model to use, and then now add water. Extrusion, select here for material, and we could just do or type in water right here and put it up, apply, okay. And then the reason why I'm using this one is because it's easier to expand, so it's easy to maneuver whatever we have right here. And then here just put in some thickness. So now once we're in Twinmotion, it will be shown like that, and that's good enough for me. And then now let's go back to our download screen. Like I said, anything that you will find here, it will be in the link on part 1 description. And here I'm just going to look for pull ladder, right click and then download. And then once you download that, you could just drag and drop pull ladder, drag it there, and you'll be able to add it right there or anywhere you want. You can add it there for now. Go back to ground floor to fix it, to place it to the right location. Something like that. I know this is not being shown, but you could just quickly do this, and then now it will be exactly in that corner. What we could do as well is, instead of adding it in this spot, we should add it on the other side. So we could just rotate this one 180 degrees, and then now grab it from here and then quickly add it onto this side. And then we'll want to make sure that this is still showing. So once we're here in 3D, it's completely attached to the wall of the pool. So we have it right there. We might add some stairs here, but something that we don't have to show anymore. But what we can do now is add in the floor. So I'm gonna add in another floor, and that will be deck. But for now, I want to create a laundry area right here. So let's go and add in a wall. We're gonna use exterior wall number 1, and then we're going to change this, put it to the wall center line, make sure everything is correct. Base should be ground floor 0 on this one, and this one should be around level 2, and click apply. And then now let's simply add this wall right here. And I want to double check that because I know this will be high enough for this. So what we're gonna do is we could just make it shorter. I think that's good enough. We could put this one top offset 1000 or negative 1000. So that it's just enough to cover this part. And obviously we're gonna add in roof here. And then let's add in a wall, a door, CS on that. but we're going to add it from the ground floor. This one is from the first floor, so it will react to the floor that you're being added to, so it's basically lower from there. So now it's lowered from there, everything is good enough. So we're going to add a room there, and then this will be where the laundry will be. So let's go insert, load family, go back here. It will be under specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and we have washer dryer combo right here. So click open, CM on that, and then we could add in a washer and dryer right here. And what I was thinking as well is to add in maybe a small shower area, but I think that's too much already. So I'm just gonna stick with washer and dryer right here on this air spot. I'm gonna make it twice of them because most of the time washer and dryer are by itself. Here I'm going to click on edit to uncheck show label. This one as well, so everything is not showing anymore on that. And so we have our washer and dryer, and then we just need to add in a sink. So let's go back and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we have sink right here that we could use. Maybe one single one is more than enough. CM on that, and then let's add a sink right here. And if we look at that, there will be a sink right there with front washer and dryer right there. And I believe the best thing to do right here, so let's go to ground floor again, just to add a top on that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a top. So generic model, click on extrusion. Let's change this one. The top should be something wood as well, or we could put a granite, so stone, and then we could put rough, granite cut rough, apply OK, and then here we could just add them right there, give it some space there, and we could just have this one around here, so it will have some opening right there. Click on finish and then finish again, and then here we just need to extend it all the way to the top so that to cover everything. We can also add a section to make our life easy. So here I'm going to just flip this one, so select this, select our section, and then flip. We could just move it right here and then select, double click on that, and then here we could just add this one over the top. And then for this one, obviously we need to showcase that. So why not just add the top right here? Look at the 3D, that will be it. So we have our top right there, and then we should need to add, so this will be another model in place. We could just add it from here because it's the same thing, extrusion, and then another wood material. Maybe we could add this one, and then just add it from around here. click finish, and then finish, and then look at it from here. Select that. That is our wood material. So now we just need to void that part. I think it's better to edit in place, and then void extrusion, and then let's void extrusion R on this part, and then we should put this one around 900. Click finish. Now it's showing because we got that. And then using our section number 2, what we could do now is I'm just going to move this one right here on the side. It's easy to just add, so I'm going to edit this in place again. Extrusion, pick a plane, select this one. This will be our cabinets right here. So we could just add in the same wood, and then just add, this one should be around 10 only. And then now let's just add one in the middle. Of course, we need to move this one around. It shouldn't be like that. It needs to be separate so that it is much better. So instead, I'm just gonna delete that. Here, I'm gonna offset this to 5 instead. 5 all together, so that gap will be automatically added. And then just align it right at the top. And then let's make this one consistent. Then align them all together again to make it much proper. And then maybe we could just copy this and then see how it looks. And that looks much better, and it looks perfect. So we could just add that one for now. If we see it, that's more than enough for our space right there. And obviously we could just add in some shelvings. Over the top. So let's just do that for now. Because if we already did it, why not just finish it off? I want to extrude it from here and then change different material, a different wood that we haven't used yet. And then let's add it right there. And then here we could just put 600 so that we could just see it. And then obviously we're gonna look at it in our section view. I just want to see where it is. There we go. There it is. In the middle right there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to undo. I think it's easier to just put it one at 1000. There we go. So that it's easier to maneuver. And then let's go here on the ground floor. I just want to edit or edit. Let's click that. You can just move it like that. And then edit so that we could just copy it. Remove constraint. And then we could just move it all together. Here we could just move it manually like that. So that's good enough. And then we could have our roof at the top. And then before we finish up, I just want to add the deck. So let's go here. I'm gonna do a model in place again so that we can basically change it to whatever we want. This will be extrusion, and then here we're going to change the material, and obviously deck are wood material, but let's use mahogany so that to change the look of that. And then this one should be around 200, the thickness, and we could just change it whatever we desire to do. So here I'm just going to leave some gaps so that we could add in another stairs right there. So I'm just adding this too, right? So, and what if we should align it perfectly so that everything looks proper right here. Click on finish, and the only thing that I want to double check here is the height. The height of this one should be changed a little bit because we have a deck, and we could just increase this one and add a different floor. So those are the things that I need to change, and we could add in one stairs right here, or one or two for the deck, and then just one more right here. So it will be good enough. So I'll probably divide this one properly and then increase this height. So this one should be changed from the floor. So it should be mounted a little bit high, and then we could just add a floor, different floor right here. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create our laundry room, and then we added the deck. And as you can see in our laundry room, we have our washer and dryer, and we added a sink and the table and all of those. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is add in the stairs right here and also right here. So what I'm going to do is just edit in place, and then we're going to go to our ground floor and then just add or create an extrusion from here. So what we need to do is just set it at the top of this one. not on the ground floor. So we're gonna set it right here, and we could just have 200 millimeters from there, and we could just give it some space right here. Well, maybe 300 is more than enough, and we're gonna do it on the other side. So whatever we're doing here, we're going to do it on the other side as well, so that everything is uniform in terms of design wise. And then let's check it out. I think it's good enough to have this one right here, or we could make it 100 each. So this one is 200 and then one more for the steps. But looking at it, it looks like we should add in one more just for the top right here. So another 200 probably, or knowing that our height is around 500, so we could just divide it 250 250 each. So I think that's more than enough. So let's go back to we could just delete that, edit in place, select that, should be 250, and then we could just increase this, increase it like that. I want to see how far is this one. Maybe we should put this one at 500 as well, so that the steps is 250 each. So 500 for the first step, click finish, and then add another one. And this one, we're gonna set this one at the top here. So once we set this, we should just add the one in the middle, and then this one should be 250 extrusion, knowing that everything is 500. And if we double check everything, it will look like this. I believe that is fine. We have it extruded like that. It doesn't look like it's too much, because we still need to add in. I think the steps here is, yeah, let's just add a step as well. So let's select that, edit in place, and we're going to add the same one. So create extrusion, and then we're gonna set it to the around here, to the base. I'm gonna put it 100 because the thickness that we have here is like that. I'm thinking of adding the total of this one right here, so we could just align it, because it's weird if we don't extend it all the way right there. And then now I wanted, so let's go back here and then pick new, work plane, and then we could just add, so let's just edit extrusion. I want to set this one, pick a plane, and then let's set it right here in the floor. So I'm just resetting it so that it goes right there, and it goes right here as well. So that's good enough. We have the steps ready there, and then what we could do is we could add in our outdoor dining table. So we could just go to furniture, and then here we have table, and let's look for a proper one. We could use this rectangle, and then cm, and then let's add it right about here. Let's see if we have something smaller. This one is wider. This is squared. So we could just leave it like that. And then insert some chairs. Seating. Locker room. Should just add something for outdoor, which we don't have. So we could just use this one again, cm, if we have that, because we already have it right here. So we could just cm on that so that it goes to ground floor, and then just quickly add. I think that's more than enough on this space. And then we could just select both of them, holding on control button, and then draw mirror, and then we have it right there. So that looks really nice for that space there. And then obviously we need to pull this one up, and then we should change the level to 500. To offset this to 200 because of the level that we use here. We could just double click on that, select this one. Let's select all of them, hold on shift, all of them, and then release it first. And then that's selected, and then hold on shift again and unselect this one. Now we could just move it on top, or it's because of the elevation, so move to the nearest. Let's see if we could just change the height, which looks like we cannot. So what we could do is edit. Default elevation is 200. So let's do this instead. Because this is set to ground floor. If we set this one, it will go up. So we're gonna leave that for now. It's not something, it's a floor base. So it's, as you can see, it moves from the floor. If we pick new host, what will happen is pick new host. It's not pickable because it's not a floor host. But there's a trick here, that here I'm gonna put something. Let's see if RP, or reference plane, will work. So I'm gonna add in a reference plane right here, and then we can put this deck. So once we put that one, hopefully we'll be able to just add it on that plane and pick new host, and then hopefully we could just add. So let's try and CS. It's still working on this one. So this is basically a host space. I'm trying to just maneuver it to what we have here, but it's not working with me. So unfortunately, this is something that we cannot edit because of the host. And as you can see, even if we change the constraint default elevation, it's not working out. I'm trying to add 200 right here, but it's not going up. So not sure if we work here. We could just change this to work plane based instead. Load this, don't save it, and then override existing. And then now we could pick work plane. There we go. We could just change this now because we edit the family. So here, let's go to ground, select this one, and then edit work plane. We created a deck reference plane. That's the reason why I changed the name of the deck. Now we could just see, and then it will be placed properly on that. This one as well. It's probably a whole space as well. So we could just edit this one and then check all of that. Don't save it, but override it right here. So now if we change the work plate to deck as well, it will follow as well. So sometimes you just need to edit the family so that it works. So here what we're planning to do is we're just going to add something right here as well. I was thinking of adding those pool layout chairs, and then here will be some of us like a barbecue area. So those are the things that I'm planning to do. Here I wanted to add probably a enclosed system for some bushes. So I'm planning to do that later on. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add a floor right here so that we could add the steps as well right here. So let's go to ground floor again. Let's save this project, and then let's hover right about here, and we're going to add in a floor. So click on architecture, click on floor, and this will be floor number 3. So we're going to duplicate. Edit type, and let's just leave it at thickness of 200. And then here we're going to do some concrete. So here we're going to put in precast concrete, or we could just put in cast in place gray. Click on OK, and then we're going to use pick line to choose all the lines from the inside. And then we're going to basically look at all the corners, making sure that to trim and extend, which is TR, on all sides like this. Make sure nothing is overlapping. And once you do finish, just click on check mark, and we'll basically see what it looks like first. And then here we're gonna have an overall floor. At the same time, what if we could just do the floor, the steps using a model in place so that we could manipulate that as well easily. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use my section, and then we are here under our floor. So as you can see, we have our floor right here. We're basically facing this floor, and then it's just showing the one at below as well. But we just need to know that this is our main door, and then we just need to add something right here that is up to floor number 7. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go back to ground floor, and I'm going to extend this one so that we have something to base off, and we know that this is the last thing that we need to add the floor. So let's go back to section, and here this is the one that we're basing it off. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on component, model in place, and this will be generic model. I'm thinking of using a concrete, but before that, let's click on extrusion, and we want to pick a plane, which is this wall. So we're going to base it from this wall, and we want to extrude it from there. Let's leave it at 100, but we need to change this to concrete first. So here under concrete, there's a lot of different kinds of concrete, so we're just going to use this, because once we're in Twinmotion, we could manipulate which one we want. Right now, I'm going to put in a rectangle that will be overall height, which is 500. What I want to do is form a steps from here. This is all of them basically is 500 total. So here I'm going to put 150, and then the step 150 again, and then the remainder will be 200. So I'm just going to use this one as my base, and then from here we could manipulate this one as well. So click on finish, go to 3D view, and we could just expand this one all the way there. We could use align, AL, to align it from here, from this face to this face, and we have this overall look of our main entrance, and it looks proper having this one right there. And the good thing about this is model in place. So if we want to extend this one, we could just move it right there, and then we can move this one as well. So from the look of it, we could just make everything looks the same from by just looking at it and then changing it a little bit like that. Once we click finish, that will be what it looks like. And the good thing about this is we're not using stairs, and sometimes stairs takes long to do because some of them are not it's hard to manipulate the stairs sometimes. So sometimes I'm using model in place just to do simple stairs. But here what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a different stairs. We're gonna use the proper stairs to create our stairs right here. But before that, we're going to add the garden right here and also on this spot. And then we're gonna use model in place in order to add those. I just want to have some bamboo around here. So I'm gonna use a bamboo tree, or I'm gonna add a bamboo tree around here, but I need a plant box to do that. So here under architecture, we're gonna add in model in place again and use generic model for that. So here we're going to click on extrusion first, and then change this concrete. Instead of concrete, we're gonna use earth. We're gonna add in the earth first, and then we're going to add in. So here we have this one, select that, press OK, and then I'm going to add it from here first. And then I'm just leaving some space for walkway. And then here we're going to add it as well. And then just delete this and then trim this one afterwards. And also we're going to add something right here as well. And then leaving some gap for the wall to come out. Here we just need to trim and extend. and then trim and extend as well. I'm planning to just push this one probably 300, and then we're going to maintain the 300 all around so that everything is uniform. And then we're going to just add an extrusion. Let's look at it at 3D once we add it, and obviously we're going to pull it up somewhere like this. I think the height is good enough. And then we're going to add another extrusion on the side so that our plant box is good enough. But knowing that this is tall enough, I just want the tall part to be on this side. But on this side, I just want it to be just small enough. So I'm planning, or maybe I'll just leave it like this. Obviously, I'm gonna put some grass as well here, not just earth. And then, yeah, I'm just going to go back to ground floor without clicking on finish, create again, another extrusion, and then we're going to put the ones on the side again so that we have something beautiful and it's easy to maneuver. And then we could offset this probably 50 for the wall around, and then obviously we're going to close that off, and then this one as well. So click on right here, delete this first, and then select this one without an offset. And then let's not forget to change the material for something stone. And then we want to make sure to trim and extend anything that is overlapping, which is right here. Trim and extend. Let's leave it to probably 600 so that it's extruded enough that we could just extend it a little bit more once we're in the 3D. Here I'm just choosing another stone. I'm gonna use this one. So this one is already used. I'm gonna use slate then. Click on finish and then 3D. I believe this one is too high, so I'm gonna pull it down a little bit. I just want it to be just enough to have it. I'm gonna pull it down a little bit more using that as my, there we go. And I believe that's good enough for me. I could put in a small tree right here, and some bamboo right here, and bamboo will be good when you go enter here. It will be shown here, and you can oversee the pool from here. So I like that idea. So click on finish, and that's how it looks now. So let's stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floor or the planter box, and then also we added some of this one right here, the stairs, the floor right here, and then the stairs as well on the deck. Now we're going to continue working on this. Basically, I'm planning to finish off the stairs, and at the same time we're going to maybe start our kitchen. So that's my plan. If not, if we don't start our kitchen, we're going to add in our um, gate right here. So it will be 3 gates, two for cars, and then one for our entrance here for a small gate here for people. So now what I'm gonna do is we're going to go to our level 1, and then from here let's go to architecture and then click on stairs. And once we do, we have this base level will be level 1, and then top level will be level 2. I'm going to edit this, and then let's duplicate. I'm just duplicating this so that we don't change anything from the original. And then actual width, we're going to maintain 1000. That's more than enough. And we could actually edit that afterwards if we want to. So here we have enough space for our landing, and for the desired numbers of riser, what I'm planning to do is to add, so probably equal enough. So here we have 17, so I'm gonna make it 18, doing it 18 so that it's 9 each, and it's just gonna be a simple U style with the landing. So now we're gonna add from here 1000 and then 9. So we have 9 and then another 9 right here. And obviously we need some gap, so we could just add some space right here for the stairs. And then here, as you notice, we have too much of the space right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put 950 on each side. And as you can see, it's not good enough, or we have just enough space for our stairs right here in terms of our walls that are connecting this. So we might have to put this one up to 900 each. So we're just conforming it to the space that we have. And then here we could just move this one a little by little. And then we have our, it's because this one is our railing or our stringers right here that we will delete anyway. So what I'm doing is pushing this one, the thread and the riser, near the wall, because that's more than enough. And then here, once we click finish, we could push this one all the way right here to the end. At the same time, let's look at 3D. We could delete the railings from the back and then just leaving it like this. If we select this now, we could edit, and then we could remove the stringers. So we could just click here and then put to none on both sides. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to change this to middle support. We're gonna leave it like that, and then here we will delete the trend, so we don't have unchecking on that. So we only have risers, and then it's being, hold on. So actually the other way around. We need trends, but we don't need riser. So now it's unchecked and we don't want it to be slanted. Click on apply, OK, and then OK. Now it looks like this. It looks much better. I'm gonna select this railing, and then here we're going to use the rectangular to make it much better, look much better right here. And as you can see, everything is connected properly. Edit the stairs actually. And then now I want to showcase what we're gonna use here in terms of material. So now let's go back here and change the materials. So the tread should be one of the wood materials that we have right here. So let's use oak espresso. Tread thickness, you can change that, nose length, and those kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna leave that like that. For the mid support, we need to double check on that and add in a metal finish. So let's add it right here and choose one of this aluminum right here, because we could change that to a black metal material once we're in Twinmotion. And then after that, we need to select the railing. This one we could edit, duplicate, and then after we duplicate, we could check this one, and then we could change the material for this. So same thing, we could add in a metal material that will be editable once we're in Twinmotion. So the idea here is just keep on adding materials so that once we're in Twinmotion, we could change it instantly. And then here, another thing that we need to use or check is this profile, the hand. I'm thinking on just checking use top rail. Let's see if no, we need that top rail. And then here we could just edit the structure or the way the baluster is. We could change it if to different square or change it to a smaller one if we want to. And then the spacing we could change as well. But in terms of the material, that's something that we need to check as well before doing anything else. But for now, as you can see, this one looks much better, and the way is it looks modern to be added. At the same time, we're going to add in windows right here. So let's go to level 1, click on wall, and then drop down, and then click on curtain wall and add a curtain wall right here. And then after that, go to modify, click on cut geometry, and then click on this, and then on this one as well. Go to 3D in order for us to see how it looks. So for now, I want it to be all the way to the second floor, and then we could just extend this and we'll have a much better looking window. And then at the same time, I am seeing that the landing is not thick enough. So let's edit that. I want my landing to be buffed, not same as run, but the thickness should be around 200 thread thickness for the landing. So as you can see, this one looks much better having a thicker landing, but at the same time we need to add the same material. So let's go back here and just change the material from here, and we use, I believe, oak espresso. Oak flooring espresso. And once we do, everything will be cleaned up like that. We have a thicker landing, and then we have a separation of thickness from the trend, and then we don't have any riser for that. So that looks much better. And then once we have the second floor, we're going to extend this, and at the same time we're going to make this one clean, and we could add in our design in terms of mullions. So we're at least planning to design it much better, and we're going to showcase that. Here I'm just going to check the materials that we have here. I don't want aluminum frame because we already have aluminum for the mullion. I want it to be changed so that we could change it in Twinmotion as well. So I'm just going to change this to bronze for now so that everything is editable. And then the glass, and then maple, that's good enough. We could have a black frame. This one could be wood, or a lighter wood with a darker wood frame material. So that will be very nice. And then here, what I'm planning to do is a different finish from the floor, because as you can see, we have the same floor from our powder room. So to do a different floor, what we need to do is go to modify and then click on split face. It's basically going to split a different face right here, and we'll be able to add in a different finish. So here, knowing that there is yellow line right here indicating that's the end, what we're gonna do is we're going to just add this line all around right here. So once we do, it will single out this space. So once we click that, it single out this space, and then now we'll be able to click on paint and then paint this on a different one. So I'm gonna do show unused. So now we have some show unused right here. What I'm gonna do is probably gonna use one of this slab surface just to change it, because we won't be able to add a different material from here. So what I'm gonna do is click on maybe standard, and then now click on that. Now if we double check it in 3D, as you can see, it changed in color. It's not this pattern anymore, or not finish, but a different finish. And we know that we have our toilet right here, but it's only a 2D faced. And then we could just change the room with a different material as well, but that's something that we could think about later on. Um, what's good is that we changed something right here. Um, this one is in the middle. I hope we have a side by side, but this is good enough in terms of opening it. It will be open there, and then we could have in a credenza right here. We're gonna add a credenza right here and also a credenza right here. So insert, load family, go back here, um, and then here under storage we have credenza. So we could just add that one, click on open, CM, add it in front of this one, and then we have something right here, but we could just edit the sizing of here. So let's duplicate this, and then we could just change the depth, probably around 500, and then here the width, let's change this to 1500. Let's leave the height for now, AL, and then AL on right here at the back. We could actually make it shorter, 1300, just to be sure that we have enough space for everything. So it could be just like that, looking like that. And then here I like the length already, but the depth I'm gonna change it to 500. And then I want it to be from the back of that, and then it will look like that. For some reason when we edit it, it's just looking like that, but that's something that we could just leave it, because we just want to represent that. We could just edit that later on. But as you can see, we could hang a painting right there. That's looking good. We could basically maneuver it to go on the side so that we have enough space here to go. And we could even have something like a fountain here, or whatever that is um, really good to add in some value or to show something. So that's good enough there. And then before we go, what I'm planning to do is just cut this one. So let's go to architecture, or modify, and we could just add this split element, so SL, and then we could just click on right here, and then 400 at the side there. We're going to maintain that, so that here I just want it to be more than enough there. So once we delete that, we could just get ready to add in, so at least we have something to base it from there. So now we have our gate. We could just add the gate as well, and then we're good to go. So for now, let's leave it like here, and we're gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the stairs. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm planning to do is start on the kitchen. So we have our sections right here, and I'm just going to place it right here so that we could start preparing for our kitchen. Here I'm just placing it right there, and it's facing on this side for now. We might actually extend it right here so that we could see all around here. We're going to first add architecture, from architecture, and then model in place. And then here, let's go to generic model and add the base first. So here, just clicking on generic model. What my plan is, I'm going to place the fridge around this side. So I'm going to leave some space here for the fridge. And at the same time, we're going to create the U shape. So click on extrusion. And then once we create the extrusion, we're going to use rectangle. And in terms of extrusion end, it will be 900. That will be the height of our base cabinet. And then we're going to change this to a wood finish. So let's use oak red. Click apply, OK. And then let's click on rectangular again to just do it instantly right here. I'm going to maintain the 600 depth for all of this. And then even though it's doing like that, we could just manipulate that afterwards. So 600, we could trim and extend on all sides now to clean up. And then here we could just delete this and then delete this as well. So now I'm gonna give some space, maybe for the fridge and the oven. So at least the fridge will be maybe on this side, and then the oven as well. So I'm gonna give some space right here for those things. And then here, it's because it's a U shape, it's actually hard to add in. It's hard to add island unless we push this back, and then so that we could add the island on this. It's still going to be a U shape, but we could add the island right here. This will be an opening, and then we could still have maybe the fridge right here, combination of fridge, and we could just have a small U shape. The problem is the cabinetries. So probably I'm gonna create a pantry, a small pantry right here to compensate. So we're just going to do what our plan is for now. And then in terms of the island, we probably have some space for that. So for now, just leave it like this, U shape, and then for the space for the oven and then the fridge right here. So I'm just giving it some space like that. Thickness is 600 on all. Supposed to be right here, 600. Here 600, and then here is 600. So we're good with this. I believe it's better to add the oven on this side or the fridge on this side, because I don't think it's a good idea to have something right here as well at the end. So might as well add it like that. Fridge with the casing right here, and then at the same time oven with a casing on the side, so everything is uniform. And then now click on finish, and then let's go to 3D in order for us to create the kick plate. So to create a kick plate, let's select create, and then here on void, and then void sweep. We're going to pick the path, which will be a 3D path, and then we're just going to select all of that, click on finish, and then click on edit profile, and then after that we need to create our profile. Like now we're going to make this one 100, and then here will be 50. Click on finish, and then finish again. Now we need to select cut geometry in order for that to be cut, and then after this we're going to add in the sink here, and then on the side we're going to add near the oven, which whatever it is. If the oven is right here, this is where we're going to put the cooktop, and then the fridge will be right here as well, and maybe we have a small island that we could add. If there's an island, we're probably gonna put the cooking or cooktop there. I think that looks much better, but we're going to see the spacing first. So after that, let's create an extrusion. We're going to set this one now, pick a plane, and then we're gonna click the plane on this top. After that, we're going to type in 25 because we just want to extrude at 25, so that will be the granite top. So here we're going to go to stone, and then granite polish, click on that, apply, OK, and then now we could just use our pick line in order to just add it all around. And then once we're done, you can just click finish, and we have a granite top on our model right here. And it's easy to manipulate once we have our cabinet doors, and then we could just deal with this afterwards. So now what we could do is we could just add in our top cabinets as well. I know we're gonna put the sink first in the middle, so that we could open this one with a window, and that window will be very huge, and it will separate this space. And then now let's go to insert, and then let's finish here first because we need to insert the sink that we're gonna use. So go back here, go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we have sink, and then kitchen sink, kitchen double. We could use this one, CM, add it on this face like so. We're just estimating this one as the middle part, and then if we go to right here, we could see this one, and then we could just align it from the top. At the same time, we need to go back to level 1 because we need to create a void around here. But to create a void, we need to edit the in place that we created. Luckily, we did the top and the base cabinet with the same model in place. So that will be much better because we'll be able to void those two at the same time. So here, I'm just creating a void. We can set this one, we can pick this, and then set the plane, which is the top first, and then from there we could select the rectangle, and then we could just go over right here so that we could see all around here, and then click on finish, and then we need to extrude this one. So let's go to 3D so that we could see it better. We could pull it down enough, and then we could just cut geometry. And then once we do, as you can see, it already cuts onto that. And then we have enough space and it's not showing there. Click on finish, and then now everything looks much better. What we're gonna do now is just to add the curtain wall so that it looks much better here once we're doing. So click on wall and then drop down if you're not seeing the curtain wall, and then just go to curtain wall. And then now let's add the window. We could edit this one. We're not gonna add any mullions yet because we want everything to align, because we will have a top cabinetries around here. So right now I just want to showcase the wall right there. So let's click on modify and then cut geometry. Wall first and then curtain wall. And then right here we could just maneuver right here to just pull it upwards big enough to have this one right there. It's something that we haven't done before. Most of the time we have a backsplash around here, but we can still add backsplash around, but only up to here because we want to showcase the window and then cabinets at the top. So that looks good. Now let's go back here. I'm thinking of how are we going to add the cabinet tops. We could extrude it from here as well. So what we could do to add them both all together is to just extrude it. I remember we need to select a different material again. So let's go level 1 again. Click here, architecture, and then model in place, and then generic model. Once we do, we could extrude it from the floor, so don't worry about it. We just need to show it first, and then we could manually pull it up or down. And then here, let's use a wood finish, and then we could just use maple semi-gloss. And then right here we could add in the rectangle around 400. Select that, click on 450. Is much better in terms of size. 450 at the top, and then we could just click on finish first, look at it at 3D, and then we could pull it up all together, knowing that we have something at the top right there. Also we need to calculate the ones that we will have something at the top here. So here we just manipulate this one, but we're going to add. And by the way, we need to change the height of here, because if it's floor to ceiling, it's actually really hard because we need some gap at least. So we're going to put this one to 2600 instead, and then all the height should follow. So we need to change it here and then on the other stuff right there. So here I'm selecting it, needs to be negative 400 instead. And then let's use align tool in order to align it on others as well. And then here we could add align it, and then here as well. It's still going to look floor to ceiling, but we still have we definitely need some gap because if it's not gonna look realistic, because we need all those to support as well. So at least everything is good, and then we need to add this one right here as well. And then now, knowing that, we can actually add something at the top right here. So what we could do is just move this a little bit there, so that we could have something at the top. We could leave it like this. There's going to be some gap, but that will be fine. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to insert the fridge and then other specialty equipment. So we need to go to specialty equipment again, domestic, then mid-range, and then we have some fridge here that we could add. CM, I'm going to add the fridge right here, and then I'm going to add it like that, giving it some gap, and then we have enough room for we still have enough room to add it right here and to have a case. In terms of here, I'm gonna select that again. I don't want the show label. And then here, in terms of depth, we have 600. Now let's put this one at 750. It's more than enough. So we have a case and then 750 of that. And then go back to load family, and we need to have the oven. We have the ones that we could use. Oven double. I think that's the one that is looking good. And then CM, added something like that. That is good enough. Let's align this AL, align this right here, and then move it using your parcel, using this one to have some space as well. And then I don't want the label to be shown. And then we could just add some casing around this one, and then we could just space this out properly, something like that. So now I'm just gonna add that one as well. So let's just use this, and then we could move this upwards like so. Around this one will be good enough height. I see it's going to be good enough height, and then we could just have, or we could add some cabinets in the front as well. And then now go back here, model in place, generic model, and then let's use extrusion and then pick a plane, which is this wall. And then now let's have the case added right here. I'm just looking for the wall. I believe the wall is this one. And we want to make sure that this is faced like this, AL. And then we could have the casing as well to be looking like this. So we have some opening right here. I'm not sure if it's better to have some gap, but it feels like it's good to have some gap right here, so that we could still showcase this one. I think it should be around here. I made a mistake. I think it should be around here because it needs to showcase the whole front of this. So let's change this to a different wood finish. Let's put laminate veneer lumber. Click apply. Okay. And then in terms of extrusion, around 650. Click apply. Click finish. And then let's look at it at 3D. It extruded a little bit because I kind of put it over. So I need to push this one. So I'm gonna click on finish, AL. I'm gonna put this one right in front of this. And then let's look at how it looks and how it fits. So I think that's the best thing that we could do right here, is to extrude it a little bit like that. And then obviously we will add in a nicer finish around here. And even on this side we will add some backsplash. So for now, let's leave it like this, and we're gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start modeling the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. The last thing that we did is to add casing for the oven, so dual oven. And now we're gonna continue and add a casing for the fridge. So let's go to level 1 and change this, or flip this around, so that we'll be able to use section in order to add the casing for this. So right now what I'm gonna do is click on component, model in place again, and then click generic model for that. And after that, click on extrusion so that we could click on the plane that we're gonna use, or we're gonna base off from the extrusion. And then now we could just select rectangle, and then for in terms of depth, I remember that we set this to 750. So maybe we could put this on 730. And then it's easy to change it anyway, so if it's not correct, we could just adjust it instantly. And then we're going to change the material for this, another wood, but once we're in Twinmotion, we could change that instantly. So now I'm just going to add the case first, align this onto this side, and then let's use this to align it on the other side. I'm basically just going to copy how thick this on the other side, so that we could just showcase what we have here. So delete this one, SL, so that we could trim this out, TR to trim and extend, and then right there, and then click finish. And then if we see or to look under this, it will look like that. One thing that we're gonna do is we need to move this one 200 from the top, so that nothing is overlapping. So here is the here is the section. We want to make sure that this is 2800 from the top, and then from the bottom it needs to be all the way down, but we just want this one to be at the top like that. I'm thinking of adding some space here for storage, but I'm thinking of adding just a space. So what I'm gonna do is gonna put in extrusion, and let's see how it looks to have some space right here, some opening. So just an opening space. Doesn't matter um, if it's held big enough. I just want to see how it looks. For here, it looks okay. It's not like a big deal, but I want to have some backing right there. So with this, I'm going to create again extrusion, pick a plane, which is this plane, and then we're just going to add in the same material on here, and then we could just change this to 500 so that it doesn't extrude too much. So we just have this space. We could put a vase there or whatever we want to. And then in terms of depth, we could definitely change that if we want to. So that's what I'm planning to add. I think that's good enough, and then we could just align this one so that we can align the other side as well. So I'll use AL to align this one as well, because I know that one is too high for that space, knowing that we have 200 thickness for the flooring here once we add the flooring for the second floor. So we're just thinking ahead, and then we're planning to add something at the top here just for design purpose, or just we could just leave it like this, and then let's add in some extrusion on this side. So now we could use this to add an extrusion, and that will symbolize as our backsplash. So generic model, and then extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to use this as its plane, and then we're going to make this extrusion maybe around 5 thickness, and then this will be tile, and this we're going to do that all around. Let's use ceramic tile. I don't think that we've used that before, so it's a good time for us to use it. And then we just want the backsplash to be on this side. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So we have backsplash right there, and then we need to add it onto this side as well. Luckily we already have, so let's click finish, and then look this way, and the only problem we have is we could base it from here, and then in terms of height we have this to say, or we have this to what we could do is we could do graphic display and then transparency, and then we could see all the backs and how high it is. So that's what I'm planning to do. Change the transparency first, and then we can maneuver. So now model in place again, generic model, and hopefully the same thing that we added before is already preset. Extrusion, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then ceramic tile, and then 5 is still added there. So now let's click on rectangle, and I want to see where this one leads. So this is the lowest point, and then I want to see the base of this. I believe this is the last one of that, but we have some window right here that we want to go around. So I'm going to select that right there and right here. I'm going to use SL to trim this one, DR to trim and extend. Sorry, the SL is to cut that line. Okay, click on finish, and then if we see it in 3D, we absolutely nailed it. Even the height right here, I think the height kinda nail it, not perfect enough. So SL, I'm gonna click on finish first, and then SL for the height, or sorry, AL for the height on the bottom, so that it's not overlapping. And then we could just use the same height for the other side, because everything is almost the same. And then now we just need to flip this section view so that we could see on the other side. And this is easy to add because we could see it properly. We could use the same preset, and then we just need to select the background that we're gonna base off, and then just add it there. Select finish, and then let's go to right here. I know this is overlapping a little bit, but that's not something that we're gonna see. I don't think it's going to flash because it's overlapping like that. So we're just going to leave it like that, and then we are actually adding the cabinets from below as well, and then at the one at the top. But we need to recall what is the material that we use here. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this and then select this one, and then we use oak red. So I'm gonna copy that for now. Click on finish. Select here so that we could do the section properly, and then maybe we should do this face first. So I'm gonna add this one right there. We can now remove the transparency. We don't need that anymore. So now we're going to model in place, and then generic model, and then we need to set the extrusion on this plane. That's the front of the cabinet. And then after that, let's click on right here. I want my depth to be around, I think 5 or 10 is good enough. So 10, and then paste the material because it's the same material right here. I'm going to use my rectangle right here, and then offset this to 10 as well. So right here we could go and click on spacebar to go from the inside to the outside, but I want to have it from here in the middle, and then from here as well. We need to flip this one around actually. So I'm gonna delete this, and then have an offset of 10 as well. Flip it to be around that, and then what I'm gonna do is put this one in the middle. I want to see the thickness. Just gonna take 5 here. I'm gonna take probably 15 here, and then another 10. So now it's 10 each. And then I'm going to use align to align this one right here, and then align it on the other side. So that's good. And then let's try and copy this. Copy and have it on the other side. And then here as well. CO, copy, and then grab it from there so that the spacing is good enough. After that, let's just click on finish, because we could just add something on this side like a paneling. So we could add it right now actually. Copy that, CO, grab it from there, but here we could just manipulate this one, because we could just add the same thing as well. Of course, in terms of the corners, we don't actually add something there. And then now we could just click on finish and then look at it at 3D first to see what it looks like. So we have the gaps there, and then we could just manually add this one right there, even though it's nothing actually. And then we could just connect it to the same one that we already have on this side. So let's click finish for now, and we have that one right there. So what I want to do is just add the cabinet doors first from the bottom, and then we're going to add a void extrusion on all of this later on once we connect everything. So now we're going to face on this side. So this one, as you can see, we have our first doors right here, and then we're gonna add the same on this side. It's just good that everything is already there. We just need to create this one, the void, and the extrusion end, and then this one as well. So here what I'm planning to do is add small one on the right here. We need offset of 10. I'm going to add it right here for now, flipping it on the other side, because I want to do the same thing. This one is just small enough. Then you could just click on tab to select everything, CO, and then from here we could just add the gap of 10 here, and then we could just do everything from here. I'm going to probably maintain the 400. I'm going to copy this. Sorry, let's not copy it from there, and then grab it from here. And then maybe we could just copy it from here as well. And then at the same time, knowing that some of them supposed to be some drawers, obviously we're going to edit some of them. Here, I'm just making sure we have that gap right there, and then we could just add in like that, and the gap should be the same. We will have some drawers, and then we have some like so, and then click on here, create an offset of 10. SL to click on those to have separation, and then trim and extend TR to clean those off. And then we have some cabinets here again, and then we're going to add those, and then later we're going to edit. So we have R right here, and in terms of gap, I think that's good enough design wise. So now let's go back here, flip this one on the other side, and then double click on this, and we're going to do the same thing onto this side. Generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, which is this plane, and then let's do the same thing with an offset of 10 and flipping it on the other side. Once we have this one, we can determine this one as well. Select all of this CO and put it on the other side. Put the gap to 10, and then we could just change this to 400 again, and then select this one, copy CO, grab it from the end, and then that's how easier is to make sure multiple is checked so that it's easier to manipulate. And then here, basically just putting on the gap so that everything is consistent, and then adding the same. We could do here is maybe we could add 2, maybe 404, and then we could just have probably 10 as well right here, and then add 2 more like this as well, so that we have some variation when we're doing this. And then now SL again to separate the lines. And add trim and extend. And then now we could just click on finish and then look at it at 3D. So now everything is looking good, and then we're just gonna continue this on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in our cabinet doors, and also the shelf for our fridge and our oven. Now we're gonna continue working on this by adding cabinets from our top cabinet And then here, what we need to do is select that, edit. We just need to know what kind of materials that we added so that we could add it on the door. So now, what I'm gonna do is let's go to level 1, and this is already facing on this side, so we could just double click. And then we need to click on architecture again, model in place, and then generic model. And then we need to set the extrusion plane on the top. And then once we set it on the top, we need to click on rectangle, and the extrusion will be 10 inches or 10 millimeters, or sorry. And then the offset should be 10 as well, so that we have some gap. And then we need to pull it or put it in the midpoint right there, and then offset from the inner line. I want to see how much we have, so around 400 probably. I'm gonna retain that space, and then tab, copy. Then I'm gonna copy it from this part to this part. I want to make sure that 10 is consistent to all of them, so I'm going to make that one like that. At the same time, now that we have set one of them like so, I'm gonna copy it and base it from that gap so that we could just keep on adding. And then here at the end, I'm thinking of the end should be at this side instead. I know it's going to be harder, or we're going to manually move this one in the midpoint so that they have their both ends. So it's basically just decorative pieces at the end. So I'm just eyeballing it and then making sure it's in the middle. And then once we have that, I'm gonna copy it again and then put it right here so that we don't need to worry about the gap there, and then just slide this one right there. And then if we want to know the distance, we could just move this one and then set this one to 10. We're going to do this as well on the other side, so copy and then grab it from there. And we want to make sure that it maintains 10, and then this one should be 10 as well. So let's put some gap, move this one to here so that we can set the gap to 10 again. And that's how we added our cabinet doors in front of this. And then at the same time, I'm going to edit this, because what we're doing right earlier is in the earlier video is we're just adding the face or the cabinet face. But now I think we could do is I'll show you at the same time creating a void extrusion onto this face. So I'm gonna select this face that we just created, and here I'm going to put in a rectangle with an offset. So here extrusion edge -5, and this one 5. So let's see if this will extrude this one. I believe I did it correctly, and then this offset should be around maybe 50. Let's see if 50 is good enough. So I think 50 is good enough. So we're going to maintain that extrusion all throughout this cabinet. And then let's see how it looks right here with the same gap. And then click on finish. I'm gonna click on cut geometry, and then we're going to look at it at 3D to see how it looks. So that looks modern. That looks much better. Just a simple 5 millimeters makes a big difference from the extrusion, and it looks much better. So we're gonna do that all throughout, but let's focus on uh, this side and then the other side first, and then we're gonna deal with the one in the bottom. Right now, let's do it again. Model in place, generic model. Let's do the extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane, but here we need to change this again, 0. Then this one, 10, and then this one should be semi-glossed. Let's see if, yeah, maple semi-gloss. We still have it there. And then we're going to do the same thing, extrusion, offset with 10 and going from the inside. And then as you can see, we could set this one to 400, and we're basically going to mimic what we did on the last. And then copy this one again. We could copy multiple. I believe we did 4 and then 2 at the each side, but a smaller one. So I think we did that correctly. Let's just copy this one. Copy it to the end, move this one right here, and then escape, and then move this one to here so that we could have the offset that we want. We could copy this, or just copy this one instead so that we could have this one already done, and then just quickly move this one right here, and then selecting that and moving the temporary dimension, and then that's 10 as well. So click finish, and then don't click finish yet because we need to void this extrusion, and then select this plane, and then do the -5, and then 5, and then rectangle, and then 50 offset, and then we're going to offset it through the inner, and then click on finish, and then you can cut geometry and finish again. And the way it looks good. We're going to do the same thing right here, but just basically adding some grooves and same thing. But let's finish the one on the bottom as well. So we're already here anyway. Might as well select the door again. You need to edit in place that door because we will void it in the in place edit. Once we're here, we need to create and then void extrusion again. So we need to pick the plane that we want, that we edited, and then now we need to set the constraint, which is -5 and 5, and then the offset. And then now we just need to add all of these grooves right here. It's much faster now because we know and we already set everything all together. For this instant, it's gonna be hard because if you know these grooves are different, So let's try and do it here while in the 3D phase. So right here and select it right there at the end. The problem with this one is it's too small, so it doesn't let us do it. So we need to cancel, and then instead of 50 on the side, we're going to manually change it just because it's too small. So let's set it to 50 first. And then move this one on the side. And then let's go to 3D to see how it looks. So we could move this one at the side as well, mimicking what we have. At least the top and the bottom it's good. The side is the one that we need to just mimic. Then cut geometry, and that's how it looks now. So that's the only problem that we have there. And then we have another section that is already here, so we could just select that again, edit in place, and then select the void extrusion, pick a plane, which is this plane, and then now set the conditions, the offset and whatnot, so that to be consistent. And obviously we're going to have a problem at the end because we need some space there because the line is too small and Revit cannot deal with that. And then we're going to deal with that in 3D so that we can visualize the space a lot better, and then we could just manually nudge it in place. I think this one is good enough. In this side, we could just manually add this one right here, and then click on finish, and then cut geometry, and then finish again. So I know it's not exact, but it will do for now because of the limitation that we have there. And then let's flip this to the other side so that we could finish off this side as well. So we need to select that, edit in place, and then select void extrusion, and then we need to set, pick a plane, which is this one, and then now select this to have 50, and then do that all together again. And then the only problem is on this side, but we can manually do that for sure. Let's just give it some space, and then let's do that in 3D. And obviously this one we put it too much there, so we're going to manually add some spacing, and then obviously we're not going to add too much space right here. And then see, finish, and then cut geometry is already set, and the only thing that we need to do is adding some handles. So this is good, and then let's not forget to do this as well, because it's better to add some trims here. But I'm thinking of what kind of trim are we should do here onto this side. So before we add the handle, let's add this one first, edit this, and then let's go to section to see how it looks. And then what we're going to do is add, so we need to know the material first, and then we're going to add some extrusions, and then pick this one right here. Let's set this one to 10, and then this one is to 0, and then set the material to that, and then let's create a void and offset here. I'm gonna set that one right there, and then set this one right here, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this one a little bit, just because it looks, I think it will look much better if we have that one. And then let's just maximize the spacing, and then I'm just eyeballing this. And then obviously we're going to add another one right here. And I'm still thinking if this is the right move, because as you can see, once we have it right here, the look it will provide. So let me see it in 3D first to see how it looks. It looks good enough to be like this, but it doesn't feel that we need to add. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just delete this and then cancel this one right here, and instead let's just add handle. So let's go back here. It's going to be in the part 1 description of this video, probably the second link. And then once you have the link downloaded, just add in the drag and drop the handle. It's a face base, so you'll be able to add it on the face itself. So if we go here into our section, we can add it simply by just selecting that, and depending on the face where you add it, it will confirm itself. So here I'm just adding it right there and then right there. But now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to copy it to be consistent in terms of spacing, and then here CS again to add it on this side, and then add all of this slanted this way. I'm just going to add I want to have the midpoint of this. So I'm just going to leave it like this, copy, and then add it from every midpoint. And even here will be good. So I'm just adding, and you can see how simple it is to add the handle. CM again, spacebar, and then add it there. And then we're going to add it right about here as well. So copy, and then copy it as well here. And then lastly, let's go to level 1 again to flip this side. Double click on that, CM. Let's add it onto this side, similar to what we did on the other side, so that everything is consistent. CO, grab it there. And then CS again to add right here. And then CS to add it in the midpoint. And then CO to copy and then to be consistent right there. And then let's check it out. That looks really good. Select this handle and I want to change this. I'll leave it as a metal panel. And then this one I want to double check steel polish. So those are the things that we shouldn't use anymore because we're using it right there. And then we could just have it like that now. In terms of this side, I don't know if we should add paneling, but I'll just leave it like this. I think this is good enough. I'm thinking of adding an extrusion part at the top just to have something at the top there. But looks like it's good enough just to leave it hanging like that, because I always like to have it from floor to ceiling or something sticking at the top there. But it's just cabinet, so we could just leave it like that. And I believe we're done with the kitchen, and this one looks good. I wish we have more space to add an island in the middle, but that's how it is. So we could just move this one right here, centering it, and we could do something about this this space right here. I believe there's too much space that we could add in some cabinetries or pantries as well. So let's think about that in the later videos, in the future video. So probably in the next video we could start doing the second floor. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're ready to start the second floor. So what we need to do is we need to go to level 2. Everything is underlay turned on. So if you're not seeing anything, what you need to do is go to your properties and then go to your underlay and then change your range base level to level 1, and then top level will be level 2, and then looking down, because if you have it none, you will see something like this. So I'm just going to change it back to level 1 and then to the level 2. And now we can start adding our exterior wall. I know this is an exterior wall right here. You'll be able to select anything below as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in CS so that we could instantly add it to the second floor. So even though this one is from level 1, you'll be able to add it as well. So now what we need to do is we need to add walls. So we're going to add a wall right here, and we're going to start with D1. So from D1, we're going to same thing, D2 right here. So it's basically similar to what we have below. And then we're going to have it all cross out right here as well. So it's very easy because we're just basically mimicking what we have below right now. So the difference between this one is what are we gonna do after we add this? It's because we're going to extend some of this because we're going to add balconies in front of here. So we're going to add it there, and then all the way to F5 right here. So we have our stairs right here. So we're going to have it all around right here. The only difference is that once we go to F4 right here, we need to just pull it up and we need to type in 780. Once we do 780, we need to move this one to number 3 grid line. So basically we need some space right here. And then we need to go back again right here, mimicking what we have below. So that's E3, and then going back again right here, mimicking below. And then for this one, we need to go all the way to F2, and then we need F1, and then here closing off to D1 again. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add interior wall similar to this. So we could select that below CS, and then we're going to connect it as well right here to cover off the stairs. So here we have it, I believe right here. So now we have, this will be a washroom, full grown washroom. That's why we extended it a little bit, but at the same time we cover this one, and then we have a stair right here. Again, we're going to CS on this, and then we're going to extend this one. So let's, from this endpoint to right here, this will be our master's bedroom. This will be another bedroom right here. But at the same time, what we're gonna do is we're going to add in a door right here. I'm estimating right now around 1,000 from here. So I'm gonna put in 1,000 and then add it there. Here as well, go 1,000 and add it there, and then we're going to connect them. And then after that, we're going to add the same one in the midpoint. So now we're basically indenting this so that it's easier for us to add in the door. Actually, instead of 1,000, let's do 1,100. So why not add 1,100? And then here we have the door opening right here, and then at least we will be able to use this area to add in our closet. So that's how it differs on that. At the same time, now that we're adding all this stuff, why not add the toilet right here as well? So CS on that, and then add it right about here. So anything that we could add it now. Even the door, so that we don't look for the other doors anymore. So CS, We could add the door right here. Even though it's 700, we could change that to 800 or 900. But you want to maintain the 2000. So space bar right there. And then here we could do space bar and add it on that side. And then move this one on the other side and then space bar on that. So we added those stuff right there. And I believe we're good enough on this space that we don't need it anymore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the underlay by putting this to none and then leaving it like that. So now everything makes sense now. So here CS, we're going to put this one to 700 again, similar to below, and then adding it on this side. And then after that, what we're gonna do is we're going to add the exterior wall again right here, and we're going to convert this to interior wall. So what I'm planning to do is we have the D here, and then this one is just 500, so CS on that, just 500 from the top. This is what we're going to add in order to create a washroom and a walk-in closet for our master's bedroom. So now add this wall right here. We could basically move this back right there and then change this to interior wall, and then from interior wall CS again, and then just connect them all together again. If you're not anal like me, you could just leave it like that and just add another one right here. So it doesn't really matter if you're changing it, but I just want it to be organized a little bit and add those kind of stuff. And then at the same time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an opening. So here I'm selecting the interior wall, and then we have a wall opening right here. I'm gonna select that and add a wall opening. You need to click it twice in order for that to show. And this one, it's easy to change. As you can see, you can just grab that or put in the the required dimension that you want to. So it's really up to you depending on the space and how you change your. So it's just basically an opening for our wall, but there is still a wall there. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to also add another wall inside to separate the walk-in closet to our ensuite. So I'm going to select this wall, CS on this, and then this will be, I'm going to add it first, and then I'm going to dimension it from here. It should be around 2930. So that is the space that I needed. So I'm going to select this one, CS, add it right here. Oh, sorry. So add it right there, delete this one, and then this door, CS again, and then add the door right here. But we're going to change it to the 700 because that's the size of the door that we want for our washroom. So now I'm just adding that. Hopefully you guys are envisioning what we're trying to do here. I want my toilet to have a separation, so I'm gonna add in a small wall, probably 100 thickness. So select that, edit type, duplicate. This will be wall, interior wall number 2, and then just change the thickness to 100. And at the same time, I'm just going to add it right here. So change this one to, so I'm just gonna add that right here first, and then change this back to number 1. So just my sequence messed up there, but that's good enough. And then here I'm planning to add a freestanding. So that will be very nice to have a freestanding tub, and I'm planning to make it nice this one. And just because it's ensuite, double sink here, I'm planning to add double sink as well. I think that will look nice to have a double sink. And then let's add in the same design that we have probably. So in order for us to see it much better, I'm planning to insert the bed. So let's go to insert, load family, and go back to furniture. Go to the main and look for furniture, and then we have beds here, and I usually just use this one. Click on open, CM, and then we have the bed right here, but we're gonna change it to double. So that's why I go to the drop down, and then let's add the bed like so. And then I'm just trying to add it properly, and then spacing out. So this part, this will be the extra room that we have right here. I'm still thinking, because we extended it too much, maybe we could extend this one so that it's not too much of a burden for this space right here. I'm just trying to extend a little bit of this space right here. So why not delete this first, move this back, and what I'm gonna do is select this exterior or interior wall, CS. I'm going to add it right here so that it's not too much of us, that because I'm seeing that it's just gonna get too much space right here. So I'm gonna trim this, and then we could just extend this one right there. That small gap here, as you can see, is giving us more space here for the closet. So I'm just adding that in order to make this one a lot better in terms of look. And then this one should be placed in the middle. I'm gonna delete that first and then add it again with the midpoint there, right there. So now they have a balance because we have more room right here, as you can see, for the closet, and then at least we given them enough space. And then this one will be closet. I'm gonna use this one to show as a closet. So what I do is I add it first because this is a different size or thickness. What I do is align it, AL, align it there. I'm gonna align it here as well, and then now we could just join them all together. It's a lot faster than doing something else. So now we just need to insert as well some doors. So go back to the main and click on doors, and then for sure we have some sliding door right here that we used before. So here I'm gonna use sliding door right there. I'm gonna load everything because I want all the variation that we could have, and then type in DR. The smallest one is the one that is appearing right now. Maybe we could put the 1700 first. 1700 is good enough, and then let's just add it right there. To showcase the rod, we need annotation, and then we need the demolish line because we don't have dash line at the moment here. And then just add that demolish line to represent the rod and then the shelvings as well. And then here we could have an entertainment system, um, like TV and whatnot, and then we could have this one as well right here. So that will look nice. In terms of the tub and then the sink right here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to insert the tub first so that everything is looks proper here. Plumbing, architecture, fixture, we have bathtub, we have freestanding here, so let's add that first. CM, and then that looks perfect right there. And I'm planning to do is give it some nice window right here so that it's overlooking, and obviously there's gonna be some privacy there. And then we're going to have a nice window here as well. I'm planning to add a nice window here. And then in terms of the shower, we're just going to use this shower for now. We're just using this one anyway, so we're going to add this one. Click on dimension to know the dimension of the inside right here, 1420, and then edit this one. You can duplicate it if you want to, and then 1420 on one of them. Maybe it's the width or the, so depending on that, we could just rotate this one 180, sorry, 90 degrees, not 180. And then after that, you could just grab it, move it, MV, and then move it from the corner. So that will be perfectly fit there. And then the sink, because we did the sink right here, as you can know, we have our extrusion. If we see as that, so basically this this right here is not an annotation, but we really built this. It's up to us if we want to add the same thing right here or change it a little bit. But knowing that I showed it to you, why not just add the detailed line? So we're gonna use thin line just to represent the top there. Not the line, but thin line. It's much better. And then obviously that's too much. We could just change it like that, eyeball it, and then add in the sink, the same sink that we have below, to represent that. I'm gonna go here and then CS on that, and then add it right here to sink as well. Why not? Because two of this room will use one of this one, and then obviously the master will have its own. So now it will look like that. And then I want to showcase something right here as well. So I'm gonna use detail line, thin line first to do a U shape right here. And then after that, let's change this to demolish line, and then add, sorry, undo that, and then add a demolish line again all around. You can even offset this so that it's easier for everyone. Let's put 50. and then use trim and extend to trim everything else. So I'm happy with what we have here. Select those parts and just leave it like that. And then we could just move it like that and then have it like that. I think that is looking good right now. I'm just gonna double check what it looks like right now. I'm planning to have all glass right here to overlook the front, and then we have a window right here to overlook right here. We will have its own balcony on this side, and I'm still thinking of adding a balcony right here as well so that everything looks incredible, and then everybody has its own balcony. So I'm probably just going to add that, and then probably a piece of similar right here to have. So I'm gonna copy this one, and then this will be an overall. So actually, because we have the wall right there, you could just add it there and then use cut geometry now, and it will cut it as well. And as you can see, one big one, and it's overlooking, and then we could just design it a little bit. So that's what I'm planning to do, design it a little bit. You could use a vertical, and then the horizontal is singular, and it will be random on all of it. That's looking good. Let's go back to level 2, and then let's add. So let's insert load family. Let's add some side table to make it look nicer here. So we'll need furniture, table, and then let's add in a nightstand table, CM. Then let's add it on all ends like so. So we're adding it right there. And then we could add in a lighting on the side. So let's add in the lighting. So let's go to insert and then load family, and then go back here and look for lighting, architecture, and then internal, and then let's look for a table lamp. So this one should be good enough, and then CM, add it right here. But we need to double check that because it's not on the proper level. So what we're gonna do is double click here and then go up there. What we can do now is AL and then AL there. So now it will put it in the proper height. So it will be 762 from the elevation. Luckily we're gonna select that CS on only, and then just add it right there. It will already register the things that we change on that height. So that's why CS or create similar is very useful in order to add everything instantly. So now if we check here, 762, it's in their proper elevation as well. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this LC house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm planning to do is add all the curtain wall first. So let's go to architecture, click on wall, and then here drop down curtain wall again, and then let's just add it from here and make sure that it's from the inside. Don't worry, we're gonna fix that. We're going to add it right here, flip it by using your space bar, and then here as well. And then let's add one right here. Oops. Then just delete the ones that made an angle, and then we could just move this one because I don't like the look of being exceeding it to the enough space there. And then now let's select that CS, add one right here as well, flip it on the other side. Then let's add just one more right here as well, CS, and I just want probably add one right there, but only at the top portion, because obviously you don't want to show everything there. Go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first, then the curtain wall. Select there, you don't want to miss anything, and then add it right there as well. So right now let's look at it in 3D and see how it looks. We're just going to set the height first. So I'm just going to set the height on this one. Because I just want to showcase the one at the top. Not too much, like that. And then before probably we do that, we should add the floor and then the roof. So I'm going to add the floor first. So go to architecture, click on the floor, and then edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 4. What I want here to be a wood material. Most of the time I like wood material on my second floor, and then stone at the bottom. So here we could just use pine for now. And then we're going to add, or we're going to use pick line to go around. So add this one right here, and then all throughout. And then you want to make sure that you're counting every corner. And then here we're going to pull it right here actually, because we know there's a stair there, but we don't need to add that. I'm going to turn it around here instead, and then we're going to just add another floor for our balconies. So trim and extend. Here there's this part right here, and then we have this part just to, we could just actually put this one right here. We don't need this, and then delete this, and then TR again to trim and extend on this part. And then I believe we did it all of them. So click on finish, and then as you can see, Revit will show if we missed something. So now we have our floor there, And then obviously we're going to extend some floor right here to showcase that. And if you're seeing something like this, that means that you need to select that, select here, and then select the floor again. It will hide it. Even this one as well, right here. And then select the floor. So it will balance itself. But in this part, I think what we could do is we could just go around it for now. We could just leave it like that. And then knowing that this is level 2, we're going to use this to have the flat roof as well. So now we're going to click on roof, edit, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. And then edit this one, 200 thickness, and then change this to a roof material. Asphalt shingles. So I'm going to select this, click on OK, and then OK again. And then what I'm gonna do is add, or what we could do is change this to a material that is white again, because it's easier to change the, so clad white. Let's select that. Let's duplicate the material. This will be clad white number 1. And I'm gonna use paint to use asphalt. So that's what I'm gonna use. Here, base level, we're gonna change this to level 3. And we're gonna do the same thing that we did here, except continuously added, and then unchecking the define slope. So this one should be deleted. Pick line and then make sure this is unchecked. So you don't need to see a triangle around that. So here, continuously, right there. Okay, make sure level 3, and then we already, I believe we need to, so I believe we have it all together. And let's see, so this one, we need to trim this out again, and click finish. And then let's see it. So that's looking good. Select, so I'm just going to hover here, and then click on tab, and it will select all the exterior part of this second floor. If not, you could just edit that one part, but usually it will do this. And then top offset, I'm going to add in 600, so it will increase itself like that, and that looks much better. We can even change this to 400 if we want to, so that we have parapet from our flat roof. And what we're gonna do instead for the ceiling is we're going to use paint. So under modify, click on paint, and then asphalt, shingles, and then add it right there. So we change the materials, but only on this side, but on the ceiling height for this one is still something white that we created. So now what we're gonna do is we just need to fix everything up, pull everything, add whatever we need to add, and then here on this face we need to change the bottom of wherever we have right here, because it's just adding up some of that. So because we pull this up, as you can see, it will look like that now. So I'm just using that to change the cornerings. And then here as well, we're going to fix this so that we could hide this spot. At the same time, we're going to change the height there. So I think it's much better if we select or we paint it now. I'm going to use probably gypsum wallboard. We've been using that anyway, so for the ceiling I'm gonna use that. For this one I'm gonna use that as well, so that everything looks the same thing. And that's done. So basically we're using it for the face to change the material for the face. Okay, and then I'm going to add in a floor on all of them. I'm gonna use gypsum wallboard as a floor material in order to look the same thing. So if we could change it, we're gonna change it as well. Once we're in the modeling phase of the or changing of the materials, we're going to change that if we want to. So now we're going to duplicate this floor number 5, and then instead of pine, gypsum wallboard. And then let's go to second floor and then add the floors right here. And that's good enough. Add the floor right here as well. AL on this. And then right here as well. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And then here we just need to put this one to level 2. That's the only thing that I forgot to do. But as you can see, we added that. Could increase it if we want to, but right now we need to figure out the gaps. I'm looking at this one, and then it needs to be, I think it's good enough for the fixed. We need to add in for the second floor because we have down here, so we need to close this off. I believe I use railing, this one, so I'm gonna use that as well for railing. So click on this railing rectangular number 2 because that's already set. Add it right here. So this one is covered, nobody is dropping there. And then we're going to add the railing here. We might change it again if because we're going to still model this one, so we might change it or we might don't. So at least we're adding this now and then see how it looks. Railing right here as well. Click finish and then railing again right here. And then let's look at it at 3D. So everything is looking similar to that. And then here you could just pull this one a little bit down, not too high, because I want to set this one top offset probably is negative 700. And then from there I'm going to use align to align everything. All the heights should be the same. Even right here should be the same as well. So I believe here we just need them to give some space. So AL right there. And then that's good enough. Then we might add a chandelier there if we can see one that we liked. I believe that will be very nice to see in the rendering. And then here we could just edit the bat to extend it one a little bit. So that looks continuous. So I'm happy with what we've accomplished right here. And next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to add in the curtain grid. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to go to my south elevation and I want to add my curtain grid right here. So I'm just putting this on the side for now, and we could just extend it so that we could have a much needed view of this. So curtain grid right here, and usually I want it to be divided, so I'm just gonna divide it properly like this. So once I divide it like that, I'm gonna click on one segment, and here this is what I'm going to add as my design. And then let's change a bit the sizing because that's what the randomness is. We're trying to add a random. And then this will look very nice once we for some reason we're just gonna undo that to see what's going on. Go back to south and then add one segment again. Okay, and then maybe last one right here, and then we could just click on mullion to add all the grids, and we could just view how it looks right here. I know it's kind of weird looking, but that's something that we could just appreciate the randomness. Here we could just add the mullions as well. It's very small. And for this one, what I want to do is just to add a divided, because I wanted the view to be showcased like that. That looks really nice. And probably this one as well. We're going to add it in the middle, so it's divided basically right there. But I just want to add a little bit at the top here, because this is too much, and maybe I'm just going to pull it out a little bit. I just want to pull it a bit at the top. I'm trying to handle this one like that, and then probably I'm going to add the same height here so that it's not too much load there, and then just add those grids. So in the next video, we're gonna continue working on this. I'm gonna add the curtain door right here on all our balconies, and then hopefully we've be able to finish and set materials onto the outside, and then give it some character, and then the gate. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the mullions. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to add mullions right here. So let's go back to architecture and then click on curtain grid. And we're gonna add a segment right here at the top. We're gonna add it 500 from the top, and then after that 700 from here. So 700 for the door, that's the size that I want, and then maybe 800. So just adding 3 or 2 more segments like this. Let's go back, or let's go right here at the bottom. As you can see, we can put 3, so 840 each, and then right here, so 3 of them. So that's done right there. And then let's go at the back, and then here we're gonna do the same thing. 500 at the top, and then 500 right here, and then 700 for the door. And then we're gonna place the door right here on this side, and then right after that let's divide it. So as you can see, it's snap. So here it's snap in the middle, and then you can snap it 1/3. So that one, let's undo that. And here I mistakenly add 1, so I just need to add there. So now everything is even. So we could go to mullion again, all grid, make sure it's 50 by 65, and then just select all of them, even right here and also here. And then after that, we need to press escape, and then we need to add our door right here. So we need to go to insert, load family, and then go to doors, and we need to load this, insert wall signal glass, and then click open. So it's already loaded. What you need to do next is to hover onto this panel right here. As you can see, it's selecting everything, but what you need to do is click on tab, and then it will highlight that panel itself. So if that didn't happen, you just need to click on tab to go around or to select the correct panel. So once you selected that, click on your left mouse button, and then here we have system panel glazed, and then click on drop down, and we have the loaded door right here. Now it will be changed as a single glass door, but you need to change it to find in order for you to see the handles. So that's the detail. In terms of the orientation, we need to go to level 2. We need to go to the plan, and then we can set up how we want it to swing or what way. So just by clicking on the flip, you'll be able to flip everything. And then after that, go back to 3D, and we need to select the one in the bottom. So click on tab. So this mullion at the bottom, of course you don't need that, so we could just remove, and then select this panel again just to see how it looks. And then we don't want any offset, so click 0. Sometimes it's automatic that it creates an offset, so you just need to go back and make that 0. So now we need to do that on this panel and then this panel as well. So click on tab, select that, go to drop down, select this door. Let's fix that later on in terms of the orientation. So click on tab again, select it on your left mouse, click on drop down, select the door, and then we have the door right there. Go to level 2 to change orientation on both of them. So you can flip this, and then here we need to flip it on this side and then go to this side. Go to 3D, we need to select this panel or this mullion and then delete it. And then this panel again, you can click tab and then delete, and then double check if this is creating any offset, make it 0. So now we're good. We have those ones already added, and I'm happy with the way that looks. So next thing we're gonna do is we could change the roof style. So I changed my mind. I want to change it to slope. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit the footprint right here, and I'm going to trim and extend from here, and then trim and extend from here. I'm gonna do the same thing on this side, and then I'm gonna click that. After this, select this. I'm just clicking tab so that it selects everything that I don't want to. Of course, you just need to add in to the things that you still need. So you need that part there. So that's edited already. We have this one. This is the look. we need to go to our south elevation. So click on south, and we just need to create a roof by extrusion. So I'm gonna click this one, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this wall right here. Level 3, offset, no offset, and then I'm going to slope it down. So right here, I can't remember if you need to go create a line or you need to create the whole thing. So let me double check it first. So yeah, you just need to create a line, as you can see. So let's undo that. So let me just extend it a little bit. I like my around 75 slope. I think that's good enough. We could pull it up a bit. We could extend that one later on once we're done. So that one is good. Let's create another one for the side. So pick a plane and select it right here, and then press OK. Create this one right here, and then this one should be 75. Just gonna lower it down a little bit, and we could extend that later on. As you can see, if we go right here, you'll be able to extend this one if you want. So in front, we're going to just give that one like that, and at the back, something like this. And then you can align it from here. So align, and then align it here, going there. So everything is same. But if you think about it, this part, we could just pull it a little bit back. As you can see, we have that one right there already. So to fix all of this, we wanted to attach all the walls. So what I do is I select all of this, or you could even click on tab, but the tab is selecting others as well. So I'm just gonna manually select this part right here. Okay, so even here we could select that, and then attach top base and select this. So now it's extended it, and we don't need to do anything else. It connects everything right there, and we're gonna do it on this side as well. So now select this, and even this one at the back, and then click on attach top base and select this. And now we just need to cover this part. So we have this look right now. So that's looking good. I like the way it shows our building or our house model. So next thing is, let's cover this one. You could use either wall as well. So depending on what you want, probably I'm gonna use an exterior wall again, but add it like here. CS, attach it. Don't attach it yet, because what I want to do is I want to set up the height properly. So even here, I'm going to add it, but not joining it yet. And I want to manually connect this, or we could just attach it on base like that, and then this one as well. Select the wall and then attach it. And then right now As you can see, this one looks good. What it did is it basically base offset is level 3, and then that's correct, and we can actually just connect it now. So I'm gonna connect it like that, and then right here you can align it if you want, so that we don't need to worry about overlapping. But as you can see, this one is not letting us do it properly, so we're just gonna leave that. It's not something that is critical. And then here we're going to move it a little bit past here. And then here as well. And also what you can do is you can use model in place if it's not actually working out properly, because I know sometimes connecting it is troublesome and takes time. As you can see, of course I'm planning to clean it up much better, but as you can see, it's still giving me that issue that is not connecting properly. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that, and probably we'll see if that keeps on blinking if we set this one to Twinmotion and see how it looks. So what I have here is a roof. Let me double check the material. So clad white. I want to paint this one as probably asphalt shingles. Asphalt right there, and then on the top right here. And let's not forget to add a roof on top of this. So what I'm gonna do is go to level 1 and then just create a roof right here. It's probably going to be not on level 1, but we could just change it to level 2 and see, and we could just offset it. So as you can see, it's too much, but we can top offset, or maybe just base offset this. So level 1 and then offset it to probably 2000, and let's see how it looks. So now let's put 1500. That's too much. 1800. I'm gonna put this one to 1700. So that's good. And then paint it as well. The same thing. Just select this one right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cover it with a model in place extrusion or sweep going around here to give it a metal railing, not railing, but metal construction here. And then here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to model in place, and actually I'm just gonna do that in the next video, what I want to do is to extend this a little bit more. So I'm going to south elevation, and then I want to extend this more. Maybe the same height as right here. I want to see that. So we have the kitchen right there. I think, yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. What I want to do is maybe add a section right here for the top. We could extend this part. So go to south elevation. I'm going to extend this like that, and then maybe edit profile. I'm going to do it like this as well. I think that looks good. And then delete this, and then let's see how it looks. I'm gonna delete that, and then just add a mullion single on the top right there. Let's see how it looks. So as you can see, that looks really good in terms of how I imagine it. We could do the same thing right here all the way to the top. I'm going to edit the profile, and then maybe I'm just gonna copy the same thing, same look as what we have on that. You can delete this and then click finish. This one got extended. We could delete this and then just add mullion single one at the top right there, and then we could just go do another segmentation, just one segment, just to change this up. There we go. Okay, so now just click on the mullion and just simply add those. There we go. And I think that looks good. And then we could extend this one a little bit more, and you can see the change in look with that. So that being said, let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we changed it a bit for the roof. Now we're gonna continue on this because I want to change how it looks. So I'm gonna remove this floor right here, that where we put our balcony, because I want to close it off. So we could go to our south elevation and click on component, model in place, and then generic model. And then here we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. And after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a rectangular, make it 0, and then here is the extrusion will change, but we're just going to do this for now. So here we have at least 200 from that wall, and then we're going to clean it up afterwards. And then 200 again here, and then 200 from here. And then now we could trim and extend. And then clean this up. And we could pick this line and then trim it afterwards. Delete this. Let's trim this again. There we go. And then same thing goes here. Trim and extend, and then delete this part right here. And then now in terms of our material, I'm gonna use clad white again, and we're gonna do that on 3 of the rooms that has balcony. So here I'm gonna select that and then duplicate selected material, and then click apply, OK, and then let's click finish. Go to 3D, and then I'm going to align it from the face here. There we go. I'm also going to extend this so that we have enough space. So in terms of the roof, we could definitely extend that a bit. Align it again to this face, and then we're going to edit this part. So go to south, edit, profile, and we want it to be only up to here. So we could just manually align it until here, and then click finish. And then we have that Scandinavian look, similar to that. It looks good. Oh. And then of course we're going to fix all of this. We're going to clean those up without the gap, and we can now edit path, delete this and delete this. We could go back to level 2 and then close it off completely all the way there. And that's how it looks. I'm thinking of doing it here all the way down, and then just closing it off all the way right here. So we could do that as well on this part. The only issue is it doesn't, because it has a different levels or extrusion, so we will need to think of extruding one and then the other one as well. And we have to do this onto the other at the back as well. So we need to go to our north elevation and do the same thing. So from our south, this is, I'm going to edit in place and then go to north, and we just need to do the same thing. So extrusion, pick a plane, select this wall, and then it's already selected for the material, and we just need to put everything and make sure it's 200. Right there, and we need to trim and extend all throughout. And then we could just use this, it's very small anyway, so we could just trim and extend like that, and even here, and delete this, trim and extend. And why not, let me double check. Here we have an issue, show, and here we have maybe an issue. It's not lines cannot intersect each other, so there's an issue here. Maybe continue. Oh, there we go. And then click finish. I want to see how this one looks. Yeah, we have to do it separately because it's on a different plane. So I'm gonna align this one similar to what we did, and we're going to edit the way this one looks. So that's done there. We need to do the other part on this side. Let's create again extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall right here. And obviously we're going to clean this up. There we go. I think this is 200, so that's good. Let's check this one, needs to be 200, and then this one is 200 already. Trim and extend. Clean this. Delete this, trim, clean this one, delete this, and then click finish, go to 3D, align it, of course we need to move it more, so let's do finish, go to level 3, and this is the one that we need to extend a bit. Align it, there we go, and of course we need to edit path. Let's do delete this and just move this one all the way to the edge. There we go, that looks good. And then edit this path as well. Delete this one, and then move it a little bit back. Actually, let's edit this one a bit and then just connect it to the wall. And then we need to edit the way this one looks as well. So edit profile and just move it all the way to the wall. So it will give you that line there. And now we have the one at the back and the one at front. Like I said, I want to add one and then another one right here to give it an overhang and to close this off, this part right here. So I'm going to edit this one, this part right here. Let's go to level 2. And here we need to create this groove right here so that it covers everything. And then we just need to trim and extend right here and then extend this one as well. Let's see how it looks. So that one looks good. I think it's covered there. Let's see others. I think others is good already, and we need to do this one, this part right here. Edit, go on to this side. We need to extend this, and then here, not sure where this one looks or it will go, but let's assess this first. I'm gonna do a trial and then let's see if everything is connecting. If not, we could always edit. AL. Let me see if I could touch this part right here, or we could just manually move it right there and then click finish. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to modify and then put clad white and then paint this one right here and also right here. There we go. So that looks good. We don't have any more issue with the gap, and you'll also here. And then let's finish this off by adding those covers right there so that we have the same look as this one. So let's go to our south elevation. I'm gonna select this, edit in place, click extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna use this wall first. And let's do 200 here and then 200 here. Trim and extend. And then here, trim and extend right here. Click finish, go to 3D, align it first. So that looks good right there. And we need to, I was thinking if I could just align it a little bit right here, but I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough, right? Like that. And then I just want another one on this side. So let's go to our south elevation again, and then click create, pick plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, this wall now. And we just need to go all the way right here and make sure this is 200, and we have a nice slant there so that everything is connecting. So align it from here, and we got that extension already, and we can click finish. And then before we finish up, I want to double check everything. Oh, I think this one is too high, so I'm going to just edit this. I'm gonna edit, I think this one should be 150, and then this one 150 as well. Now it's leveled. I was thinking, how come it's so high? This one, everything is looking good. I want to add the same plant box right here because I don't want it to look plain like that. So I'm going to edit in place and then create an extrusion. So this is earth, copy, select that, level 1, and then I'm gonna create an extrusion, 0 depth, earth, and do the same thing, only here. That's good enough. 600, and then click finish. Extrusion is too thin, so that's why. Start 200. So actually it needs to be here, 0 to start. So 450 as well. I'm just going to go all the way down. Okay, so that's why, because this one is right there. I forgot it should be ground floor like this, so our level should be, or plane should be on the ground floor. So that's why I got confused on that. And then 450. And now it's the same thing, and then I'm going to create the same slate, go to ground floor. This is too much, too big, so I'm just going to, I want to know the thickness of this one, so 50 only. So I'm going to close that off, and then I'm gonna create the same thing. Now it's slate, and we're going to do 50, and then right here as well. Trim and extend. and then just delete those small parts right there. Make sure this is 50 only, and then 50 here, and then click finish, align it the same height. There we go. And then on level 1, so let's click finish on that, and here I'm just going to move this one a little bit, and then go to level 1 and just add a curtain wall to mimic the same thing as what we have right here. Cut geometry, go to 3D, and let's go to south so that we can see much better. And we could just align. There we go. And I'm just going to add a mullion. All grid. There we go. We can change the mullion if you want to. Click on tab. Let's filter this. I just need the mullion. Maybe I'm going to change it to a thicker one. Still looks small, but I'm good with this. At least we have something like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create this extrusion. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I want to do is to push this back a little bit, so AL on this wall and then going right here. So even though it's notched over there, I think it still looks better than going all the way. And then let's fix this one. So let's go to paint and then just paint this one right here. And then click done. And let's see right here, as you can see, we have these walls that are not all the way up to the top. So we need to select each and every one of those walls that are inside, and then let's attach it to the roof. So now it's all the way pulled back at the top, and then this one as well, the one that we have on this, you can zoom in order for you to see it much better. Right here we can see this part right here. This one we cannot pull up because it will go all the way right here. So let's just do this first and see how it looks. This one's done. here, let's do click tab, and then here we could attach it. In terms of this one, we need to see, or this wall right here that we need to click, we need to create a gap, or to just split element this, and then we need to attach it to the top. There we go. So now it's all the way up there and it's covering that wall. And then if we go here, as you can see, we have this one slanted already. We need to do this on this side as well. So let's go to north elevation, edit this profile. We can pull it up and then pull it up, remove constraint, and then we could just slant it. And then click finish, delete element. And then we could just add the mullion later on here as well. Edit profile, move it all the way at the top, remove constraint, and then let's edit this again, and then just add this. And then trim this one, and then just clean this up, delete this, and then finish, and then delete. And then we just need to add mullion at the top right there, and that looks good. So everything is gradually looking similar to each other. And then here, let's align this one all the way to the top. There we go. We fix this one right here, and we fix the one inside so that everything is looking nice. And it's actually really good here if we could add in a nice lighting pendant, a chandelier or something like that. It will looks really good. So next thing I want to do is to add the sidewalks and then the landscape right here. So let's go to ground, and what I want to do is to add a new floor. Let's edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 6, and I'm going to change the material to one of the concrete material right here. I'm gonna choose something that we haven't used yet, so I'm gonna take a guess and add this one first, and just press OK. And we're going to add the street right here. I'm gonna pull this one right here first and then go over afterwards. I'm gonna set up my street first like this. I'm gonna enlarge it so that we have enough for a car, and then here something like that. Let's make it 9,000 millimeters, and then we can delete this, trim this one. Let's add this first split element SL, and then trim this one so that we don't miss the ones on the right side. So now everything looks like this. We could extend this one a little bit more and click finish. Let's double check the way this one looks. So that looks good right there. We could create the sidewalk and then the grass part right here as well. And, let's do the grass. Another floor material, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 7, and then this will be grass. Pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. And here I'm going to add the grass part onto this side and to this side. We want to make sure it's not over, so we just wanted to keep it like that. And then we're going to add the one at the back. For the one at the back, I'm just going to make it a little bit small because I want to an incline. So give me a second, I'm gonna show you what I want, and we could look into that more in details. So here I'm just gonna pull it like this, and I want my background to have a height. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another floor. It's gonna be a grass floor again, so floor number 7, but we could manipulate or make it inclined. Click finish, and then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna modify sub element and then change this height. So I'm gonna move this probably 12,000, and then same thing here, modify this, select this corner right here, there we go. And I want that slope to be like that, and then we could add in those trees. I think that's good enough. Yeah, I think that's good enough. So next thing is the sidewalk. So let's create that using model in place and then generic model. I'm going to do an extrusion, change this to one of the concrete material again, and pull it up, apply OK, and then here we want 0 right here. I want it to be at least 100 only. Sorry, 0 here, 100 here at the end. So I'm gonna set it, pick a plane, I'm gonna select this one, this plane right here, and then let's add this one right here. This one is, make it 2000. Or we're gonna increase this more. Copy this, and then fillet arc this. 1400. Let's maintain the same radius, and we could just move this one. Click finish. So it's just extruded 100 there, and then click finish again. I want to increase this a little bit more, so make it, I don't know, 18,000. I think that's good enough, or 15,000 only, because we're gonna add another one. Edit this one, edit extrusion, and then just add this one right here, same thing, and then 2,000 for the sidewalk, 2,000 millimeters, and then click finish. Don't click finish yet, because we're going to make some grooves here. So after this, click create, sweep, pick path, and then let's just add this one right here. Click finish, edit profile, and then here let's select another concrete material. Apply, OK. So I'm gonna copy this so that we could go on the other side if we create the sweep again, and we could just paste this, so it's gonna be a lot faster. So Control C, and then here we could make 100 by 50. So 50 here, 100 here, and then I'm going to curve this. So fillet arc this. 35 is good enough, so that's 35 there, and I'm going to add a little bit more. I'm going to add something like this right here, so don't worry, I'm gonna give you the dimension. This will be 10, and let's go 1050. Actually, let's make it a little bit more, so maybe 10.5, and then let's clean this up. I think that's good enough. I want to probably curve this if we can. I think that's good enough. Click finish, and then let's see how it looks. So that is looking good. I like the way that curves there, and we just need to do that onto the other side. Maybe I could curve it right here, but I think that's good enough. It's kind of different, so I like it. So now we do the other sweep, pick path, and do the same thing with those dimensions. So now it's 100 by 50 here. Okay, and then curve it right here using a fillet arc. That's 35. And then again here, 50 by 10 or 5. That's good. Clean it up, and then trim this, and then let's go click finish and then finish on that. I kind of added this because it gives it more realism, because when I noticed how they make this, they usually have this part right here. And I just want to add that. And then lastly, let's do this over here. Click finish right here, edit profile, add the same thing, 50 by 100 fillet arc, that's 35, and then here add this one right here, that's 50 by 5, and then here 5, sorry, that's 5, and then clean it up. You can even add the fillet arc here, maybe 5 radius or whatever, but I think this looks good enough. And then click finish once you're done, and as you can see, that really looks good. So that's done right there. So then after this, what I want to do is to make this wood. So what we need to do is go right here under paint, and we need to set this one as the material, so plywood sheeting, and then maybe this part as well. Actually this part, I'm thinking of another thing, so maybe the one in front should be plywood sheeting because I want wood. And then we need to edit this because I want plywood sheeting here as well. So edit, and then we need to go to paint and then choose plywood sheeting. You really need to edit this part, edit in place massing in order for you to add. And then at the top, because that's the roof, we need to do the same thing. This one I'm going to put, I'm gonna see how I'm going to do that, but for now I want the sides. I also want to do this, but maybe this is too much for this part, but yeah, I'm just gonna do that. And then everything else is white, except probably on below right here. So once you finish that, click on finish. In terms of right here, we need to split face. So we need to click here and then try to draw the split face. It's gonna be hard, but good thing everything is snapping right there. There we go. and then click finish. And then once you do that, you'll be able to click paint again, and then only at that part. The reason that I know that's the only part, because this is the same roof as well. So as you can see, it's still white at the top there. So we just need to do that part and then this one as well. So split face and then just manually split face. This one is a lot easier. As you can see, it snaps, and then there's not a lot of corners. There we go. Click finish and then click on paint. Then there we go. And then we need to do it on this part as well, so that everything is. So I'm gonna hide this first. Hide element. Select this, select split face, and then select this one. Click on tab in order for you to select different parts. Click finish and then click paint. And then lastly, on this part, split face, select the face that you want. Make sure you have the icon square, that's basically the end, that tells you that that's the end point right there. So even though it snaps on X, X is meaning intersection. So now click paint again, click done, and then what we can do is we can unhide the one that we, so sorry, not that one, but click here, select that again, unhide, and then click finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create our landscape right here, and also sidewalk and our road. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I need to go to is to go to ground floor and then just add the same floor for the other side. So we're just going to add this one, this part right here, and then just align it so that everything is connecting properly. So adding that one right there. I'm still thinking if I need to change this, and then here I'm just going to extend this part. Edit boundary, second floor, just push this one back right here. So that's good right there. And I'll probably just add the same. I'm going to add, and also on this part, still thinking if we should add the same material. So maybe let's see how it looks. So that's wood right there, and then I'm going to change this part right here. Maybe I'm gonna do this part so that we can see the change. So I think that's good right there, and then also on here. So just painting that part and then this part. So that looks good right there. And I think that's the only change. I'm still gonna leave it at black, sorry, white for all of this. And I'm not sure if I need to do this, but if I do this, I need to change all of this as well. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. Right now, what I want to do is to create the gate and then add the lightings. So we're gonna add the lights right there, probably the square, that I could provide you with a link so that you will be able to add the same thing. It's a face-based lighting, and it's easier to add because you can add it on any face you want. So right now what we're gonna do is I probably want to add a window here. I'm gonna add a window here, and then do cut geometry, go to 3D, and then pull it down, and then click on mullion, and then just select all grid, and then just add that part right there. So that's good enough. So some small details that we need to add in order to make this one look nice. And then let's go to south elevation to start adding the gate. Let's start here first. So component, model in place, and then generic model. We're gonna do an extrusion. We're gonna pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. And then let's change this to a metal material. So let's go to metal and select a metal material right here. So this one we're already used, so I'm going to use brass. And then here let's create this part right here. I'm gonna move it a little bit on the side because we need some gap right there, and then I'm gonna leave it like that. And then we're gonna be consistent with the offset, so 50 probably. Press spacebar to change orientation, and then click finish. Let's go to 3D to know where we're going to extrude it. Something like that. And then go back again to south because we're gonna create another one. Same thing, same extrusion. So we could just edit this part, add the same thing, but let's give it some gap now so that we don't need to worry about that. And then offset this one to 50 again. Space bar, and then there we go. Click on finish, and let's see how it looks. So that looks good right now. Looks similar. Don't click finish yet. And then let's go to maybe east elevation or south elevation or west. Here in west, we could change this to so graphic transparency. Let's change the transparency so that we could see it much better. And we have this one right here. And then now we're going to create, extrude again, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select the plane right here. And then we're going to add something like this, put some gap on it, and then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D to see where it is. I'm going to select that, and then right here. I think that's good. Go back to west, and then we're going to array this. I want to go to last and then the number. So I think this one will be 16, or maybe let's make it less, so 12. So from here going down. I want to see it in 3D first, but we went over, so I just want to go back to west elevation, and then we could just grab this and we could notch it in place, and then it will fix itself. And then let's go back and then just create the proper gap from the top and then from the bottom. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D first to see how it looks. So for me, the gap is too big, so we could always edit this. That's the good part, because this is an array, so we could just change this to maybe 16 or make it just 20, and then it fixes the gap. So 20 looks good. I'm fine with this, and we're gonna recreate it on this side. Or for this one, let's add in, because I'm gonna put the number here, so I'm going to add this all with a wood material. So let's go to south and then create, extrude, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane right here. Here I'm going to add, and instead of brass, one of the wood materials. Make sure something that we haven't used yet, particle board, let's add that, and then just add it like this. Nudge it at the top so it looks similar. Click finish, go to 3D to fix the extrusion part. And then align it. I think that's good. Align it at the back as well. So that's good right there. I'm happy with that. And then click finish. I want to also add model text. I'm gonna pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this one, and then select that again, model text. Usually I'm just going to add this for now. Let's go to south, pick a plane. I'm going to select here, edit, duplicate. This will be house number. Change this to probably 200. Leave it to Arial. Change the text to 94. Road. Make this one a metal material. And then rotate this, RO. And then let's make it a little bit small. 50, probably, it's good enough. That's too small. So we could just do 80 and test it out. So I think that's good. I'm gonna lower it down because I want to add some lights here, and then go to 3D to see how it looks. So in terms of depth, we should change this to 25. So that's perfect right there. So little by little, everything is looking good. I'm just going to change this part right here. I think this is the road. So we need to extend it a little bit because the height here is too much. So let's just edit. I'm gonna edit the extrusion and then just, I believe this part right here, it's good. There, I think that's perfect height right there. And then because we have this part right here, we could just extend it and it will have a nice spread or gap. So it's the same, and then we just need to edit this part as well. We just need to move this one a bit. I think that's good, and then click finish. I'm happy with the way it looks now. So now let's take care of the two ones on the left side and the right side. So just go to south elevation, and then here we're gonna do the same. You know, edit in place right here, and then create extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. This one should be brass. Apply, and then here we're going to create here, and then we need to make this transparency right here so that we could see where the other ones are. Nudge it in a little bit, and then here offset this one to 50, space bar, and then click finish, go to 3D, and then here we just need to push it back, and then there. Actually, we need 2 gates, so we need to go back again to south and then edit this extrusion right here. We need to push it back maybe in the midpoint right here, and then I'm just going to copy this CO and then copy the gap, and then here we just need to select both of this and then nudge it so that we have some gap right there. Click finish. I'm just gonna edit again the extrusion and then nudge it like that. And then after that, let's go to west elevation again. We can see it right here. We have the 20 right there, so we need to create the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna select this plane right here, and then we're gonna copy this CO, copy it to there. That's perfect. Click finish, go to 3D first to fix everything. So we need to copy everything. So edit this part right here, delete this to 200 so that we could see where the arrow is. There we go. And then here, and then go back right here, and then we need to array last and then 20. I'm going to align this part. Let's do it again. Okay, and then I'm going to align it from this part. So I cannot see which one is. I think this one's the last from here. So this one last should be here. So that's perfect. Want to see it, and then that looks good. And then before that, we could copy this, so hopefully we could just copy it. I'm gonna go to south, I'm gonna copy this part, CO. I'm not sure if we could copy this, but let's see. Because if I change this, so I'm gonna ungroup it, so might as well just copy one and then just do the same thing. Ungroup and then just do the same thing. Go to east elevation, and then here we could just do transparency again. And then array last 20. Grab it and then add it. Press OK. Look for the last AL, align it, align it to the last, and then click finish. Go to 3D. Don't know what happened, but let's do it again. I'm just gonna copy it from here. On this side, it's a lot clearing and clear. Click finish. There we go. So that's good right there. And then I just need to maybe copy this to the other side. Copy. And I believe it's right here. And then I just need to extend a little bit. The wall. I'm just gonna extend it from here. So let's go to ground floor and then just extend this one. It's easier to extend this part than to change the gaps again. So for me, just change this part. And there you go. So maybe in the next video, we're just going to add the lights and do additions to here to make it more nicer. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we finished up the gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I want to do is to finish up the lighting and to add some more details. So for example, here I want to add some plant box on this side. So we're gonna go and edit this in place and then go to ground floor, and then here we're going to add the same plant box. So I'm gonna create similar on that. This one is, so I'm gonna close this, edit. I'm gonna create the same 450 from ground floor. So we're in the ground floor. So create, change this to earth, 450 on this one, and we're going to add something right here, and then let's make it 700, and then let's copy it on the other side as well. Perfect. And we're going to click finish, and then here 500 slate. So I'm gonna create an extrusion again, change it, and then 550 slate, and we're going to create this part right here. I know it's 50. So we just need to change that and then trim and extend on this side, and then delete this and do the same thing at the other side. 50, and right here 50 as well. Trim and extend, and then delete this. then click finish, and we're done with the plant box. It's all the same height as well. So actually this one is 500, so not 550. So at least everything is standard in terms of height, and then also the material, so that we could just select one material and then it will change on all of this. So that we could click finish, and then on this part 1 description of this series, so go to part 1, and then in the description box there will be a second link, and it will show you right here. You just need to click on the square. So spotlight, we have a spotlight face base circle, and then this will be the face square. Just download that, and then once you download, just go to your downloads folder and then just drag and drop. You'll be able to add the light, and it will conform to your to whatever face you're adding it. So just do that, and then usually I add it first on all of this. That's just because it's easier to change it to the ceiling plan or the RCP plan. So just keep on adding those onto the location that you want to add, and then later on, so here we're gonna add it there, and then here, and then on this part we need to add it to the face right there. We might have to hide again. Let's hide this part for now, just to add those CM, then add those again. And then add it onto here. Then let's fix that part there. And add it here. And then add it onto this bottom right here. I think that's good enough. And then edit this part right here. It's going all over that part, that's why it's sticking out. And then here we need to go to our level 3 first. I know it's not showing right now, but if we go to view range and change here, we need to show that part. It's not appearing right here. Maybe it's just onto here. So this is generic model. Not sure if this in the view, so VG generic model. Let's double check. So it's already checked. Unfortunately, it's just not showing onto our view, even though the view range is unlimited. Cut offset, nothing. So there's something to do with the view range. So here I'm gonna clean up and add it at least at the center part with a 1000 gap. Make sure multiple is checked, and then just keep on adding 1000, maybe 4 on each, and then center it. So now let's go right here, at least in the center, copy it, just keep on typing 1000, and then I think that's perfect enough for that part. And then here, just nudge it in place, just winging it, eyeballing it to the center, and then one more. So that's perfect right there. And then here we need to do it as well. I think I'm just gonna leave it here 3, and then we're going to change this part right here to at least 4. I'm going to at least center it a bit. I think that's perfect. I'm gonna align it onto here. There we go. I think that's good enough. Or we could just put 2 here. At least the gap is manageable. It doesn't look ugly. So we finished the ones at the bottom. Actually, those are the ones at the top. So those are the ones at the top. We have those there. And then now we need to figure out how to show the one in the bottom. So view range again. Make sure this is 0. VG. Make sure generic model is turned on. Looks like it's good there. Make this unlimited. Associate level here. It's still going there. So let's go to level 1. There we go. And level 1 is showing. So let's do the same thing by adding it in the midpoint. 1000, 1000, 1000. And then just notching it in place. Something like that. Oops. There we go. And then we have a covered area right here. So we're going to add lighting as well, but not too much as well. So maybe 4 here, and then 4 at the back. I think that's good enough. And then here we have there we go. And then here as well. Not sure if this will create that, so I think that's good enough. I'm going to copy. Perfect. And let's look at it. It's right there. We could add one more onto this one. I think that's good. So we have lights there, and all over the place. So that's perfect. I like the way that looks. So one thing I want to update here as well is this floor. I want to extend this floor instead up to here. So I'm gonna edit this one, go to ground floor, and I want to at least go from here all the way to here. And then we can just trim and extend from here, and then just delete the other ones. So click finish, and then here we're going to extend this one. So we can delete this, even delete this, and then trim this one, and then push this one all the way. And then click finish, and we have that separation now, at least. Additionally, I want to create a scone lighting. So the one that we're gonna place right here, and then all the way on this side. So I'm gonna place a scone here, a scone on each of this part. So the way we do it is we're gonna create a model in place, and then generic model. Let's go to south elevation. So let's go to south elevation, and I'm gonna turn off the transparency so that we can see it now much better. I'm gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane right here, and that plane will be created on all of this. Change this to a metal material first. I'm gonna use this instead, and then add a scone right here, something like that. Very simple. Go to 3D to check how it is in terms of look, and we're just going to do this probably 60 extrusion, and then after that we're gonna go back to south and then create another one. Same thing, pick a plane, same plane, and then we're gonna create this as the luminance, the luminaire. So luminance, that's what I use for the lights, and then we could just create that one. And then that one is 50, I believe. We could double check how we're gonna model this, but yeah, I'm just gonna do it like this. I think that's good enough. And then here we're just going to go to south elevation, and then just copy it from the center. So we have one right here as well, one here, and then one right here. So everything will be in the center. This one we could fix a little bit. And then why not add 2 more on this side? Because if we, so here I'm gonna create CS on that, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane. This is the luminance, so it's gonna be very small. I'm gonna create one here and then another one into here. There we go. And then after that, we're gonna copy this, and then we're going to create another one. Select this one, something like that. Finish, and then another one again. We need to change this. Click finish. I'm gonna select this. I think I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to change the material. Click finish on that, and then we could edit this, move this one a little bit in the middle, and then here just copy this. Something right there in the middle as well. And then click finish, and then we have all of that ready. Very simple. It's cone lighting, but it looks nice. Also, I want to edit this a little bit because I want to add some lights as well. So I'm going to edit in place, and then here I'm gonna edit extrusion, and then I'm gonna create a notch on here. So those notch, we're gonna add in something there. So here, SL, TR, trim and extend. I put 10 by 20. And then I'm just gonna copy this 3 lines, CO, and I'm gonna add it over here. And then I just need to SL, split element, and then TR, trim and extend. So by just adding this, it will really make the look really good. So now I'm gonna click paint, luminance. So here we have this one, and we need to be careful to select the proper face. So the one that is inside, so that like that. There we go. And then one more right here. There we go. So click done, and then click finish. And once we select this one as light as a material, everything will light up. So it will create that glow. And by just adding that one, it will really pop out our model, and it will really brighten up. And then another thing that I want to add probably is to add some wood material on this side. So here I'm gonna edit in place, and then go to south elevation. And this will be easy on this part because everything is lined up. So I'm just gonna create an extrusion, pick a plate, and I'm gonna select this plane right here. And then I know we put in the wood material. Plywood sheeting is, I think. So let's go to wood and see what we selected before. I'm gonna close this off. particle board. So here I'm gonna use particle board. Let's make an extrusion. And then we should just add this part right here onto this side. So you could just wing it, but what I did is just something like this right there. Copy it now onto all of this. And by just adding wood material here, it will also brighten up. It will give that modern look. So I'm just adding this one probably up to here. Click finish, and I want to see how it looks first. I'm going to move it AL, and then right here, and then go back to south, because we could just copy this CO, copy it to the corner, and then we could just copy it again onto this side, because everything is the same plane. We can click finish. We already have wood material here, so I think that's good enough. And then if we go 3D, everything is right there. And then obviously if we set the proper materials, it will really pop up. So we're gonna finish for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize everything. Before we forget, we need to unhide this. And then what we're gonna do on this video is I'm gonna show you how to create sheets and how to add those views right there. So before we start everything, let's go to ground floor, and here we're gonna create a camera view. This is what we're gonna use to render our image, to create starting views and those kind of stuff. So right now I'm just going to create this view right here, and we could maximize this part right here. And of course we could change this, not ray trace, but realistic. So now let's just put this back to realistic, and as you can see, it looks really good having that part right there. Next thing is I'm gonna put this one in fine, so everything is showing up, or all the door handles and those kind of stuff. So I'm just going to rotate this so that we can see our image nicely. And then this one is the 3D view that we created. We're gonna go to manage and select this as our starting view. So every time we open up our Revit or this project, this will be our look. So I'm gonna create this and then select this part right here. So now we're gonna save this. So that's our starting view, and also this will be our rendering. So right now, let's go and create our sheets. We could just scroll down under project browser and select sheet, right click on it, and then click new sheet. And here we already have azerometric already loaded. That's the default. If you want, you can go to title block, and we have different kinds, but I'm just gonna stick with azerometric and just press OK. So it created number 1 sheet. As you can see, we have this. We're just gonna create 4 more, and if you notice, it will go in sequence. So anything that you change here, for example, if you just put it as A1, it will be A2, A3. So Revit recognize those sequencing. So once we have that, we can rename this one. So here you could go right here and then rename it. So our project, our owner is ACD, that's Archcore Design, project house, and then this will be our cover sheet. So you can basically change it from this side, and you can also change it on this side as well. So as you can see, we could put in first floor, and then here we could do second floor, and then 2 elevations. Okay, so we have our elevations and cover sheets already. Let's double click on cover sheet, and we wanna clean this up. So we're just gonna close this, close inactive views, and only the one that we have is open. And then what we can do is we could go to our 3D view, the one that we just created, and this is the one we're gonna use for our rendering. So go to view, click on render, and we have the rendering right here. Of course, the draft is the smallest settings that we could do and the fastest. And then of course, once you go to custom or best, those are the highest ones that will take a lot of time to render. So for me, I'm just gonna use draft, and then exterior sunlight only, and then we could add the exposure later on, and then the sky is few clouds. So I'm just gonna click render, and it will just take a couple of seconds, and it will be done, and we'll be able to save the project. It will, once we save the project, it will create a rendering section right here, and then we could adjust exposure. So before we save it, let's adjust the exposure. So here, if you want it to be darker or brighter, you can apply that, change this, and it's basically once you click apply, it's going to affect instantly. So now let's click OK, and then click on save project, and you can save this as rendering 1, and then press OK, and then it will create this rendering right here. So now we could close this. We already saved that, and then go to cover sheet again, and we'll be able to drag and drop this one and right there. So the difference between a 3D view and a rendering is here, if you want it to make it big, as you can see, it doesn't actually make it big, it's just making the view bigger. But here I want to show you how the difference is. Once you want it to be bigger, as you can see, you'll be able to scale it up quickly. So those are the difference between a 3D view and a rendering. So it's better to have the rendering so that you'll be able to scale it up. And then here we don't want any title, so no title. And then we could just render it or scale it up nicely. And then here, after that, we're gonna create our sheet list. So we have to go to schedule, right click on that, and then new sheet list. What we need is sheet number, or sheet number, that's right, and then sheet name, and then just press OK, and then it will create it. Go back to cover sheet, and you just need to drag and drop. Of course, you'll be able to customize the way it looks. So here, what we can do is we could just double click here, go to appearance, and here we don't want any gap from here, so I'm gonna uncheck that. Also, the title is very small, so I want to make it big. The text header, I'm going to make it 6, and then the body, I want it to be at least 4. So you can do that, and then after this you can put drawing list, and then after that you'll be able to put it nicely into our model. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so everything fits properly. Double click on the side, and then we could make it big so that everything is put in properly. I want to point out that this is already automatic, so if we create a new sheet, this one will create itself, so we don't need to worry about it. If we delete something, if we change any name or sheet number, everything will be affected, and everything will be automatic. So it's not something that we need to think about anymore once we created this drawing list. So our cover sheet is done. We could go to our first floor now, so double click on that. What I usually do is to drag and drop first. So once I drag and drop, I can assess how small or big it is. So seeing that, I'm able to scale this one properly, and then now I'm gonna double check again the way it looks. It's good, I like the size, but now I want to crop it. So we can undo this and then go back to level 1, and we need to check all of this. So check all of this under extend, crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. So once that is turned on, scale is changed to 1:50, we'll be able to just grab the portion that we want to show. So basically, this is the crop, this is the annotation crop, and then here we don't need this one to be visible anymore, so we can uncheck this and click apply. So this is the portion that will show right here once we drag and drop. We can put it on the side right here, and as you can see, it looks nice. What I usually do to make it look better is we put annotation, and we put thin line, and we create a border. So here I'm gonna create a border, for example, right here, and then we could just grab it from here to see how this one. So we usually put 10 and then 10. So different companies, different standards, so of course you need to confirm to your company standards so that every drawing looks the same on your company. So here, that's the way we do it in our company. And then we just add this one right here. But if you notice, we put this one as first floor, but this one is level 1. You can change it from here, it will change, but I don't like the way it will be changed. So I want it to be just changed on this part. So you can select that, and here, title sheet, we're gonna put first floor only, and then just click it here and then click apply, or else it will disappear. And then after that, as you can see, it's still first floor, but it's still level 1 right here, so it didn't change. I still like the way this one looks, so I'm just gonna change it here and just leave it level 1 on this floor plan. So now we could go to second floor, knowing that everything is same. I could select this one now, this annotation, so our border, and then I could just Control V here, Control C there, and then Control V here, so we don't need to check the dimensions anymore. And then go to level 1 or level 2. We need to change the scale. We need to create the crop area for this. And then once we're happy, just uncheck this and then just drag and drop. There we go. We need to fix this, and then select the view and then change this name, second floor. Click here on the side and click apply, and then press escape, select the view, so that we'll be able to drag this line right here, the title line. So now we have this view right here, very neatly, that we have this border line under our drawing. And then I think we're good with this. We could go now to our elevation. So select this one, open it up, and then what I usually do again is drag and drop here. For me, this is very small, so what I'm gonna do is go to elevation first and change it to 1:50. And because before we didn't forgot to put back the transparency, just do it now. Go to fine. I'm going to make it realistic, or make it consistent color, so that's fine. And then here under graphic display option, you can create or add the background. So I like the gradient effect. And then here under properties, we need to uncheck this all, because we need to crop the region that we just need. So I'm happy with this. So now if we go to our elevation, I want to add this one as well. Control C, add this one right here, click finish, and then just drag our east elevation. Don't worry about the line yet, because we can always just change it back. So now we could just drag it and then clean it up afterwards. There we go. So now once we add our other elevation, I usually just add the border now, so that we don't need to mess it up. And I know this one will be bigger in terms of, so here we're just gonna get cap, and then this one I know it's gonna be bigger. So we need to go to north, do the same thing that we did, make this fine, make this consistent or realistic. I'm going to hide this so that everything is showing, and then don't worry, it's just going to hide on this view. Graphic display, change it to gradient, and then go to properties, check all of this, and then crop it to your liking. I think this is good enough. You can even crop all of this, because I know we don't need some of this view right here, but as you can see, our level is conforming. It's not getting hidden because of the cut portion, so that's good. And then we just need to drag and drop right here, and we could just fix this. We could just move this one a little bit in the center, and then just put this one right about there. So that looks good right there. I'm gonna do the same thing on the second sheet for the elevation. I copy the border line, click finish on that, and then before I drop everything else, I'm going to scale it to 1:50, change the detail, realistic, graphic display, background, gradient, apply, OK, and then go to properties to check all of this. And then you just need to crop it properly. And then let's do the west part as well. 1:50, fine, realistic. And then let's go back to transparency, gradient, apply, OK, and then crop all of this. And then go to elevation and just simply drag and drop each and every one of them. And then copy here, CEO, and then here go to west, and then grab it there, select the view in order to change the line, and there we go. So we have everything already, and then we just need to save it first and then go print it. And the way you print it is you select your printer, make sure it's combined, then select this view and then put this one to combine again, or else it will separate the files. And then go select right here, click here, and then here we could select all of the sheets. What I usually do is I create different kinds, like for example this will be full set, and then if there's changes you uncheck stuff that is not needed and then just leave the check part, and then you can save it again, so you already have presets of the sheets that you need when you're printing. So most of the time in architecture, electrical, mechanical, there's a lot, especially if you have a big project, there's a lot of sheets and it's sometimes very hard to keep on selecting each and every one, so creating preset is a must. And then here, just in setup, change your size and everything, and then you just need to press OK afterwards. And then let's wait for it to be printed, and then let's see how it looks. So we have this printed. I'm just gonna open it and see how it looks. So as you can see, we have our cover sheet, we have our drawing list already as well. It's a draft rendering, but it looks good. I know we haven't set up the proper materials on some of them, but it looks good. After that, we have the first floor. We changed the scale to 1:50, and we just want the title to be changed, the name of the title to be changed, not the corresponding view. So that's different ways of doing that. We added some borders as well, and then we created a crop so that it doesn't show anything else. Here we also we have the second floor. Same idea what we did on the first floor. We changed the scale, we added border lines, and then we crop it. And then here we have those four elevation. We did have to crop the back. We hid the back landscape so that it's visible, but don't worry, it's only for this view. And then now we have the south elevation, and then we have the west. So everything looks good. I'm happy with the way we set up the project and the way it's being designed. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create sheets and add those views on the sheets. And I believe we're done with Twinmotion, with Revit, and we need to go to Twinmotion now. So what you need to do is click on 3D view. You want to make sure that you're here, close everything else, and then you want to make sure that your detail is under fine, and you could just leave it at realistic or whatever view you want. After that, you want to make sure that everything is unhide, because remember, as you remember, we hid this part right here, and all the details are showing up because of the change of details right here. And then you want to do is save it first, and then once we save it, I'm just going to go to Twinmotion and then see in Twinmotion. But basically this is just to open the Twinmotion program. But what I'm gonna do is select Datasmith, because I'm going to export it to Datasmith. So here I'm just opening up the Twinmotion. I'm just gonna put it on the side first. So, and then go to Datasmith, and then I want to export to Datasmith file. So I'm gonna export this, and I'm going to save it to the folder, the same folder as my Revit. So you can change the name. I'm going to put house for now, and then just save it. And then once you save it, because Twinmotion is already opened, we just need to delete this. And then after we delete that, what we can do is go here, import, click right here, and then under geometry, click open, and then just go to the location of the file. So what I will have here is under Revit, and then this is the Datasmith. Click open, and then leave everything else. We don't need to mess up with this, and just click import. So after that, press OK, and our model is right here already. Before we do anything else, we need to save this, as it could crash. So at least we have everything. Here I'm going to save it to my Twinmotion folder, and then just type in the name and then save it. And then after you save it, go to File again, and you want to sign into Epic Games. So I already have my sign in already, so all my information is already there. I just need to click sign in, and then everything is good. So press OK, and then here we need to select the starting ground, and then lower it down so everything that we have will be shown properly. So we have this one at the background, and then we could go to materials. Also, the reason that we need to sign in is so that we could use HDRI environment, Megascan, Adobe Substance 3D, and Sketchfab. So those are the things that are add-on, and we need to access that by signing in. So go to materials and then click on glass. Let's add this two-sided glass. This is what I use. And then go to tint, and we need to lower it down, press OK, and then it's up to you to decide what opacity you're gonna put in. I usually put it at around 80-90, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then after this, we need to go back to library, and actually right here, go to ambient. This is very important, that we need to set the camera and then the camera effect, I believe. Under here we have parallelism, so that's very important. So every time we set up a view, it's always parallel, and we don't need to worry about tilting and those kind of stuff. Also in environment, here in FX, you can leave it the color gradient to none. What I usually do is do blue tint. I like the effect of the blue tint, but sometimes let's do none for now, and then change it up later on. And then here under filter, you can set up all of this, but of course just having none is the best. And then here in renderings, we can leave that later on. Here now in environment, I've always liked to enable HDRI environment, because it gives a nice texture and also nice view of our renderings. Backdrop HDRI, and then here we could resize it, so we can size this up. Of course, the bigger the better. And then height offset, let's leave it like that. The lighting, shading, and those kind of stuff, let's leave it. And then here, height, we need to lower it down a little bit. And then we could rotate it. So rotate this one, position, reset, no, not reset background, but we need to rotate this. We could put this one right there, like that. Intensity, we need to set it up later on, because we need to check how this shows. Also, let's just put in the color gradient to blue tint for now, and then we could decide later on which one we could incorporate. So field of view, rendering, environment. I think I need to rotate it a little bit. Yeah, I want the rotation like this. And then let's add in more materials. Of course, we could pick material, so use this, and then it's already set up as aluminum. Of course, we need to change the color to black because it looks much better in black. We don't forget to change the metallic, and then after that we could grab this and change this part as well, the railing. This one as well, railing. That's good enough. And then let's do this one as well. That looks good. Big difference in terms of how it looks. And then we need to choose the wood material that we're gonna use here, and then here as well, that's a metal material that we're gonna use. I want to see how this affects the scale. We can change. Okay, so this one kind of good as well. So red cedar. How about this one? This is good as well, but I want maybe something that is subtle. This is good. It will look good on our background. So not something that I usually use, but still it looks nice. So I can use this instead. This is the one that I will use. And then also on this part. And then for the door or the gate, maybe something like this. Okay, so that's good. Different shade of wood. And then we need to change the border wall, and then this one right here. So I'm gonna use, and even the roof needs to be changed. So here, go to materials, metal, aluminum siding right here. I'm gonna choose something black, but I want the scaling of this one to be visible. And then I want the metalness to die down a little bit. So that's looking good. I like that. And then now here, this one should be changed like that, and I'm going to scale it up. And then metalness to die down a little bit. Very subtle, but looks good. I'm happy with the way that looks now. And then of course we have other metals that we need to take care of. So here I'm gonna choose brush aluminum, and then turn it black. And then metalness to at least 50%. And then I'm gonna use that for the lighting that we have, because there's a frame there that we need to take care. And then after the frame, we need the neon. So we have the neon right here, and we need to add number 1. And in terms of glow, I think maybe 10 is good enough. And then in terms of the white material for this, let's go to wall covering, and then we could do is satin plaster, and then satin as well. So I just want to make sure that this is satin. Then let's change the material right here. Also I want to pick this one right here, and so that we could have the same one as the address or the house number. Let's go back to material and then go to ground, man-made, and then here let's use this one and scale it. So I'm gonna use this one right here. And then this one needs to be deleted. And I'm gonna put in fine concrete here. But the one for this one should be this, but scaled, something like that. And then concrete is this one, and then this is for the road. And then we could do this one right here. And once we have that, as you can see, this is really, we have set up the light there for the stairs. And then I want to choose a material for this one, so let's go to stone and something white. So this one should be good enough. Scale it a bit. I think that's good enough as well. And then maybe a dark one for this, for the stone material, and then we have grass material for this. So that's good right there. You can select this grass as well, maybe this one, scale it a bit. There we go. And then of course we're going to add in some grass there. And then as you can see, that looks good. We're gonna fill it up with trees at the back, and then that's the background right there. We could I'm gonna try and put in maybe the sun right here. So ambient environment. So if we could rotate maybe this one like that, and we could see a much better looking here. And then yeah, this is white now, and as you can see, that looks good, subtle and simple. And then we're gonna add more later on. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to bring the Revit model to Twinmotion, and we added the materials already. And now we're going to set it up again by adding all the vegetation and all those stuff. Now I want to do is go to vehicle and add some of the vehicles right here. I want to add this one right here and change it up to maybe a gray. This one is good for the gray color. Let's move it a little bit like that, and we could add in maybe this, but with a different color again. Light blue. There we go. And it's up to us if we want to add maybe a two-wheeled, maybe a bike or something. So we could just add those things up. As you can see, that looks good. And then after this, let's add the vegetation. So first, let's add the grass. So go to populate, and then foliage. I'm gonna use a scatter, not paint, because here we could just tap and then it will add all those grass instantly. So grass, I'm gonna use long grass number 3, some clover and some weed. So weed and then clover. Select each and every one. For the long grass, I'm gonna do detailed. So let's just add each and every one, and then click right here. So all of this will be added. So now here as well. So it's very easy to add. We don't need to do the painting, but sometimes painting is much better in regards to this because this one goes over sometimes. So that's the hassle of that, especially on this part. So what we need to do is do the paint on this, and then we're just going to add grass on top of this. So all of this part right here are grass that we need to add. Also, let's go here. Let's change the wood to this black wood. Change that one right there, the scaling and everything, so that looks good. And then maybe this stone, I'm gonna go to ground, man-made, and let's look for here. I'm gonna use this one right here, scale it a bit, and let's look for a tile. I'll just choose this one then. There we go. And of course we have water here already. Problem with this is it's see-through, so I'm going to change the water to maybe a darker. There we go. And then here the material, let's do matte chrome. And then here we need to select this black aluminum. There we go. That fixed those things. Okay. Now we're gonna use paint. So populate instead of scatter, let's use paint, and then let's use long grass. And then here we need to change the diameter. Let's do detail. Density is 100, but the size we need to change. make it 0.5. So here I need to be careful. I'm gonna change the speed to number 3 and just make sure that I don't add anything over. That's the only thing that you cannot control when you're doing scatter. But if you're doing paint, at least as you can see, you have more control. So I usually use this one when I have something inside like this. So that I have more control. And then let's go on this side and do the same thing. I think I need to make it a little bit smaller for this. There we go. And then now we could just add plants. So here we could check out different kind of trees or bushes. I'm gonna use this in front. There we go. So that's for front. And then just move it a little bit to space it out. So now let's just move this one. I think that's good enough for that. Here I'm probably just going to use this. There we go. And here maybe a small tree. Yeah, I'll do a small tree here. That's good enough. Let's see if we age it a little bit, how it will sprung. I think that's good enough. Just having this one like that, and maybe we could rotate it a bit. Yeah, this one looks good. Perfect for that part right there. And then let's go right here. too big for that. I'm just gonna do bamboo for this. Or I could just go bushes and something small. Then just adding it. I think that's good enough. You have those small ones right there, different age, and that's fine. And then I want to add the trees. I'm probably going to populate it using scatter again and use this. The only problem with this is that I cannot control it, so I'm gonna use it at the back and in the front. Okay, so do this, select that. If it goes over, hopefully you'll be able to just delete that. Yeah, I'll just do this here as well, and then delete the ones that I don't need. Okay, so now we need to clean it up. Use this erase. There we go. We'll delete that. Anything that is near the house is not good. This one is too near. And then maybe I could just manually add some, especially at the back. I think that's good enough. We can have this part right here, like that, and that looks good. I'm going to go to ambient again, environment. I want to see how this one plays out in terms of weather. I always like the wet environment and how it looks good on concrete. of course I don't want any of the rain, so sometimes I think that's good enough. I like this effect right here after the rain effect. And then after this, let's add in some lights, because we need to know the effect of it when we do the rendering. So if we select this one, it will create a rendering, but we need to know how it looks. So as you can see, this is the look that it created. What I want to do is to make it low first so that it renders pretty quickly, but without rendering it too much or too long. So we just need to see how it looks. Of course, we're gonna add in lights now. So here, go to light, and what I usually use for this is spotlight. I add it like that, and then here I change the intensity to 5 or 10. And the way that looks when it's rendering, it looks nice. So click on tab so that we could add it instantly like that, and then add it again and again. So that's good right there. Add the spotlight here, and then change the intensity to 5. Sometimes I don't worry about annotations and cone angles and this ones, so I just leave it like that. And just by adding those, it looks much better now. And then here, spotlight should be added as well on each and every one. That's why I space it out 1 meter or 1000 millimeters. It's because it's easier for me to copy and paste, or to copy and add everything else. So now here, once I create one, change the intensity, and then copying it, and then selecting both of them, and then copying it 1000 millimeters. So now just copy it actually, and then just 1, because this is on meters, so 1. We just need to add a little bit more. So that's good right there. We should add 1 more, just 1 more for this. I don't want to create another one because it's the same thing that we need to add, but we just need to add it in place right here. Okay. There we go. And then just add 1 and then 3 more. So those are added. So I think I need 1 more right here. And then select all of this. Lower it down a little bit. And then add 1000. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 22 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were already starting adding the lighting. Now we're gonna continue working on this because this is very important that we add all the lightings that we need in order for this to have a nice rendering. So here, what I'm adding is those lights. So I'm gonna add this light right now, and what I usually do is change the intensity to 5 only, and then after that, because we space it out every 1000 or 1 meter, we're going to, it's easier for us to just add those. And then after that, you select each and every one and then just put it up to the right location. So here I'm just estimating it now. It's not something that is critical, but we just need to add them. So those are added. The ones that are here are also added. And then here, same thing, same things goes. We need to add a spotlight with 5 intensity. If we just leave it at 3000, I believe that's too much, and once we render that, it's going to be so bright. So that's why I just put it in 5. And in real life, it's not actually 5 lumens only, but the way the rendering program works is it really will give you a lot of power lighting there. So it's not something that we should mess around too much. And I find it that just having that part right there, that light calculations, it's more than enough. And then here we just need to put 1 and then 1, and maybe too much, so we push it back a little bit. I think that's good enough. And if we do a sample light or sample rendering, just put it in low. As you can see, the way this one looks is really good. So if we of course make it higher, it will look nicer. And then we need to go at the back to do the same thing. I want to pick this one right here and select the same thing so that everything is looking good. Here first, at the bottom, space out properly so we can quickly add those lights and we could create our rendering, image and video. And then here, put 1 here, and then 3 more. And then there we go. Then add here as well, spotlight. Once it's centered and in the correct height, change the intensity and then just copy. This one will be 3 and then 1 again. And then after that, copy the last one and then give it 1 more. And then maybe just guide it. I believe this is not 1000 millimeters, so that's why it's not. I need to change it up as well. And then 3. And then lastly, on those 2, we need to add. Five again. And then 3. And then each and every one select and then just add it to the correct height. There we go. And then here, five. Okay, and then just copy that 1 and then 3, select each and every one, pull it to the proper height, and we're good. I think we accomplished everything that we need to do. Let's do this one. There we go. That's good right there. In terms of material, you want to see that materials palette. So I just put import, save it. So now the good part is, if we make a sample image, this is the look, and I really like the way this one looks. Although I couldn't see the valley or the change of height here, maybe if we could remove some of this. Yeah, let's remove some of this just so we could find, or we could showcase more of the height here, change of height. There we go. good. There we go. So yeah, that looks much better. And even right here, maybe I'm going to change the height here. I think that's good enough. Okay, so now we could go to media, and then in photo, let's set this up. Let's do the front first. I think that's good. Click right here, first image, and then we could change this now to high, and then let's move it. So you can also just change this up if you want, but I want to showcase this part right here. I think this is good. I think that's good. And then the other side, I know it's very slow, but I don't want to turn on and off the rendering, the path tracer. I'm probably going to delete this just to showcase. I think this is good enough. Yeah, I'll do this part right here, and then I want to delete this. There we go. I think that's good enough as well. I want to change it a bit. I think that's good. Refresh it. Okay, so that's good. And then maybe one more shot right here.
And we're done with the photos. We're gonna do this one now. Okay, so let's start from here. Pick your first video, forward. I'm gonna do 6 seconds. I'm gonna do a different one, so going up. Six seconds again. Here I'm going to do this. Maybe 7 seconds. I want to do this part right here. Ten seconds is good, or let's make it 8 seconds. Let's add this part. Six seconds. I'm gonna do a front view like this. Maybe 4 seconds. I'm gonna add this part, the background. And then maybe an aerial view. Something like this. Or maybe on this side instead. Just doing 6 right there. And then going out now. This could be 8 seconds. After that, select here again. Duplicate this. Rename one of them. Show reel. And then the other one to be your shorts. then here for the shorts you need to change it to 1000 and then 700. Then I think you just need to review the way this one looks, because for this part sometimes you need to adjust. I think that's good enough. Save it. Then after you save it, go to export and select all, and then for the video select all as well. And then before you do anything else, let's quit media, save it again, and then just click export again. Everything selected, and then start export. So thank you for watching. Hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.